Good evening. Welcome to the Henry County Board of Commissioners 6:30 regular scheduled board meeting for March 21st, 2023. We're going to begin with our invocation from Pastor Leonard Hines from the Henry County Fire and Rescue, and he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone would stand.
Well, good evening. Let's pray together. Our Heavenly Father, we come to Thee now, Lord, realizing how excellent is Thy name in all the earth. And Father, we call upon Thee to help in this meeting that is about leading, about legislating. And Lord, we know that without Thee we can do absolutely nothing. So I pray that You would invade this meeting, that Your presence would calm hearts and fears, that same presence would give wisdom and understanding and knowledge for what is before us tonight. Lord, I thank You for our leadership. I pray You'd bless them, protect them, help them. All of those, once again, that labor in this vineyard, our public safety, fire, police, EMS. Lord, all the workers in all the departments, may Your hand be upon them and their families. So help us tonight, Lord. We need Thee and call upon Thee in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated.
I'd like to call the meeting to order. I do have an amendment to the agenda. We're going to add a legislative update that is going to be presented by Brett Haynes, our Assistant Director of Building and Planning. And then we're going to also have an amendment once all of our planning and zoning items are done regarding amending the ULDC. Brett, if you would come forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Vice Chair, and distinguished Board of Commissioners. Y'all won't have to listen to me say whereas 50 times this time. Again, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to represent Henry County. This time it was a Senate meeting, a Senate committee meeting about House Bill 514. This is the bill that limits our ability to enact moratoriums. The limits were imposed to limit us to 180 days with little to no exceptions. We were able to get public safety aspects added in. Additionally, we were also able to get an amendment added later on in the bill that allows for when local governments have engaged in a professional third-party contract or in-house planner or planners to conduct specific engineering, infrastructure, utility, future land use plans, or environmental studies relating to numerous other items, essentially allowing us to extend that 180-day limit if we need to develop the ordinances and practices that we deem necessary for our citizens and future citizens. What you see before you, this is a cut sheet of some of the additional legislation that we were monitoring. House Bill 517 did not make the crossover. We need to continue to monitor that. Something similar is submitted every session. 574 would allow us to decide whether or not we want to require sprinklers in single-family dwellings. Again, the state's definition of single-family dwellings includes townhouses, so that's something that we want to continue to support. There are a few other bills. Last one I'll mention, Senate Bill 188. That's the bill that negated the county's ability to restrict single-family rentals, build-to-rent communities, things of that nature. That bill did not cross over. Again, it's something we will need to continue to monitor, as I assume it'll be continued to be pursued in forthcoming sessions. Unless you have any questions, that's the conclusion of this update.
Thank you. Does the board have any questions? Thank you, Brett.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to the consent agenda. If we can have the county manager come forward and please read the consent agenda.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. This is your consent agenda for Tuesday, March 21st, 2023, 6:30 p.m. Under the Department of Transportation, we have a resolution authorizing a Vulcan Materials price increase for quarry aggregate. Under E911, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners to purchase a new recording system for use in the Emergency Communications Center at a cost of $119,721.38 to be funded through E911 fees. Under Facility Maintenance, we have a resolution awarding a contract to Garland DBS Inc., Omnia Partners, Public Sector Contract Number PW1925 via Innovative Roofing Corp. In the amount of $397,935 for the roof replacement at the Developmental Disabilities Building located at 672 Industrial Boulevard, utilizing capital funds as approved in the CIP approved by the Board of Commissioners. Under Fire Rescue, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners appointing Frank Robinson to the Region 4 West Georgia Emergency Medical Services Advisory Council. We also have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners to approve a lease program for one 100-foot mid-mount tower at a cost of $273,487 per year for 7 years with an optional balloon payment of $459,755 for a total lease amount of $1,910,000 over 7 years with PNC Equipment Finance, LLC, using 10-8 as an authorized distributor utilizing capital funds. We also have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners to approve a lease program for one 107-foot Ascendant as a cost of $204,058 per year for 7 years with an optional balloon payment of $469,609 for a total leased amount of $1,512,100 over 7 years with PNC Equipment Finance, LLC, using 10-8 as an authorized distributor utilizing capital funds. Under the Police Department, we have a resolution awarding a bid number 23-34 to West Chatham Warning Devices for the purchase and installation of vehicle equipment in the amount of $126,006 for the Henry County Police Department K-9 unit. Funds will be utilized from the Red Speed account. Under SPLOS, we have a resolution approving the purchase of LED site lighting from Musco Sports Lighting, LLC, in the amount of $73,942 for the basketball courts and playground located at Mickey D. Cochran Park in District 4, utilizing SPLOS 5 funds. And then under T-SPLOS, we have a resolution of the Board of Commissioners approving a supplemental agreement for Kimley Horn in the amount of $56,400 for the design of McDonough Parkway extension from State Route 42 to State Route 155. Madam Chair, this ends the consent agenda.
Thank you. Under fire services, could we have the chief come up and kind of explain to us what B and C is?
Good evening, Board. Yes, ma'am. The PNC is the company that 10-8 uses to actually lease the equipment. Is that the question?
That's the question. So can you tell us what the talk about the equipment?
So this is asking to replace 2 current ladder trucks that we have in service as of today. This is to keep us basically status quo. So we have 2 ladder trucks that are currently under a 7-year lease. We're in year 5 of that current lease. It takes about 2 years to build these ladder trucks out, so which is why we're asking for them today. So there's still 2 years remaining on the current lease of the 2 trucks that we have. This right here will allow us to basically turn in the 2 trucks in 2 years, and then take these 2 trucks and put them back in their place.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you for doing that, because that should be part of the fleet replacement program we're working towards. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I have this for the county manager. Under A, for Vulcan material price increase, is there a percentage increase? Is there a flat rate increase? What are we authorizing? What kind of increase?
They have requested a 15% increase to their prices, which is shown in Exhibit A.
Okay, all of them. Okay, thank
Yes, ma'am.
you. The next one is under E911. Does the Emergency Communication Center work with our Tyler system or not?
Yes, ma'am. They are under the Tyler system. I think they're under New World, which is part of the Tyler system.
So is this in addition to Tyler, or is this separate from Tyler? What is this particular part here?
No, ma'am. This is actually the audio recording, but the director is here, so I'm going to let her come and answer your questions.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Kendrick?
Good evening, Board. This is, everything in and out of the 911 center is recorded, so all the phone lines, all the radio traffic and everything. The current recording system we have now is over 14 years old. The end of life date is sometime in April, so this is to replace the recording system for the entire center.
Okay, so I'm assuming then the Tyler system that we have cannot accommodate you is what I'm getting to.
Tyler is our computer system. This is recording for all the radio traffic and the phone lines in the system. So we do use Tyler, but we also record everything, all of our audio traffic.
Okay, so there are 2 different systems,
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yes.
And the reason for that, I've been in conversation with our county manager about Tyler, and she has already expressed the fact there are some new modulars that they will be purchasing in the future, and I wanted to see if this was going to be one of them, if they were 2 different systems. So
It's 2
thank you
different
for
systems.
that. And I think the other question is, thank you, Chair, for giving that last question I had to, as to what that was. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, if there are no further questions, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Henry County Fire Rescue, ordinance by the Henry County Board of Commissioners adopting regulations regarding lithium batteries.
Again, good evening, Madam Chair, board members. I also would like to introduce Chief Black and Brett, who's going to be presenting with me as well. Today you have in front of you an ordinance by the Henry County Board of Commissioners adopting regulations regarding lithium-ion batteries and lithium metal batteries. Lithium batteries today are found in virtually all types of electrical and electronic devices, from consumer production like smartphones and laptop computers to wearable medical devices, to automobiles and even advanced industrial equipment. Without lithium batteries, our ability to stay in touch and get things done would be very limited indeed. However, the widespread use of lithium-ion batteries has also brought up to the forefront concerns about their safety. While they're normally operating safe under most conditions, lithium-ion batteries that are poorly designed or which consist of low-quality materials or have been assembled incorrectly and have been damaged can overheat and even explode, potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences involving life and property. This problem is only magnified when large quantities of lithium-ion batteries are stored on site. The proposed lithium-ion and lithium metal battery ordinance addresses hazards specific to storage and handling in commercial and industrial environments and outlines fundamental strategies that building owners and operators must implement to reduce the potential risk associated with battery-related fires and explosions. So, one of the problems that we face in the fire service, and I'll just give you a quick example. Most of the fire trucks that we have currently holds about 750 gallons of water on the fire truck itself. an average car fire that's running up and down the interstate, so to speak, if that car catches on fire, we'll be able to extinguish that car fire on the interstate with one fire truck, with that 750 gallons. You take one of these electrical type vehicles that are fully electric, that have a lot of the lithium batteries packed inside of them, that vehicle catches on fire. It's going to take an approximate 15 to 20,000 gallons of water to put that fire out. And you take that and you magnify that in your industrial complexes where you have millions upon millions of pounds of lithium ion batteries stored inside of that warehouse, and then there's just not enough available water to us in order to extinguish that fire. So Chief Black, Brett, and along with Josh Finn, our Community Development Director, have all sat down and talked about those risks associated potentially with those lithium ion batteries, and we've developed this ordinance here. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Black and Brett and let them explain some of the specific nuances to that and really dive into specifically what we're asking for.
Good evening, Board. Again, I'm Chief Black. I'm the Fire Marshal, Henry County Fire Rescue. Without overwhelming the Board with numerous examples, you basically can't turn on the television nowadays without hearing some sort of lithium battery-related incident. Matter of fact, and it's not, it's nationwide, but in Georgia, you've got Stevens County, Dalton County, and we actually had a fire here in Henry County back in December of 2022 with $2.4 million worth of product loss and damage. So basically, it's caught our attention. We started doing our research and started crafting an ordinance. There is a lack of national and international standards as far as it comes to the storage and handling of lithium-ion batteries. There are several leading industry experts or fire risk analysis, Siemens, Factory Mutual, insurance organizations. They all agree that there is a lack of ordinances. So basically, we crafted an ordinance that's going to deal specifically with the bulk storage and handling of lithium-ion batteries in our warehouses here in Henry County. The first thing it's going to do, it's going to allow us to classify those as a hazardous commodity, which will allow us to use Chapter 50 of the International Fire Code to design additional fire suppression systems and put requirements in place to make these facilities safer. It's also going to establish a permitting process so that we can get these into the plan review to make sure we're effectively applying the codes. And in general, it's going to create fire areas within these structures, and these fire areas are have a different type of construction and fire separation from the other commodities, as well as fire suppression notification systems, gas monitoring systems, as well as heat-rated rise systems. Basically, the early detection systems that we're trying to put in place to help us mitigate these potential disasters when they do strike. Also, part of the ordinance is going to require emergency operations planning on the part of the business, as well as facilities training and employee training, and a fire hazard mitigation analysis performed by a third-party organization with recommendations to mitigate certain hazards that are present. And all that will be submitted to the authority having jurisdiction as well as the building official through the plan review process. And the goal is to craft an ordinance and design these facilities to a higher, safer standard.
And from a code perspective, I'll add on our current state minimum codes are the 2018 editions of the International Building Code, International Fire Code. Georgia adopts codes on a 6-year cycle. Obviously now we are in 2023. The next time we will adopt codes will be in 2026. We did not adopt the 2018s until 2020. So we will adopt the 2024 editions in 2026. These requirements found within these ordinances are based on industry standards that are being developed in response to these events. We are attempting to preempt these events from necessitating such adoption. That's the overall goal.
So Chief, is there specialized training for our firefighters in putting these type fires out? Is there certain materials that you have to use to extinguish these fires? And how long do they burn?
No specialized training needed. The training that we provide to our current employees will cover that. The equipment that we carry will cover it. And as far as how long they burn, there's just not a lot of historical data, unfortunately, yet to dictate that. So it could be different depending on the quantity that's in there, the other types of fire loads that these batteries are next to. All of those are factors which would dictate how much water would it take to put one of these fires out, and then how long they could possibly burn for.
Commissioner Wilson?
We're changing our codes, but that doesn't affect any of the cities because they have their own fire marshal, correct?
That is correct. And at the end of this, that's one of the things I was going to mention and bring up was I do understand that each one of you, have some city involvement. So I would ask as the fire chief for the county in and of itself that each one of you put some pressure on the cities to adopt the same ordinance across the board because as Commissioner Wilson mentioned, he's 100% correct. Although it is our responsibility as the fire department to respond to the cities and put our personnel at risk with putting one of these fires out, each one of the cities has their own fire marshal, but they don't have their own fire protection services. We still offer that as a county. So a city could not adopt this code. We as the fire service would not know what the cities are bringing into their local jurisdictions. They can put whatever they want to. Something bad goes wrong, it's still our responsibility as a county to go mitigate that scene.
So they don't share information with the county's fire marshal. Their city fire marshals do not share information.
There's no mandate for them to share information, no, sir. Now, I will say that Chief Black and his division are very proactive in reaching out to the cities to try to stay on a communicable level with them, but there is no mandate that they have to report that. Now, obviously the cities have to maintain by what the state minimum requirements are for sure, but again, there's no oversight that we as a county have over those individual cities anymore, no, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
So when they have industry coming in and their fire marshals approve for that particular site, then it may or may not be up to our standards.
Correct.
But we're sending our firefighters in to fight their fires.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Thomas, you got a question?
It's not okay, is it?
That's not okay, but okay.
It's not okay. I looked through some of the recommendations that you've made here about protection and where the batteries should be stored. My question is, are these industries required to let you know in advance where some of their storage areas are, or all the storage areas for these batteries?
Yes, ma'am. That's part of the plan review process, yes.
So they have. So I'm thinking about, we see, I don't know if they're still on the wall, the fire escape plans and what have you. Would those be noted somewhere where those lithium batteries are? Or would it be up to you all to get that information before going to the site? How would you know if you go into a site where those batteries would be located so you can respond properly, I guess is my question.
The advantage of these ordinances is that during the plan review process, with us classifying them as hazardous materials, they would be required to identify their location on the plans, which we would store for records purpose that fire department and building department would have access to from a response perspective.
So immediately you would know when you go to warehouse ABC where those batteries are supposed to be and how they're stored.
That is correct, yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And our crews in the field, also to add to that, our crews in the field also, you take a jurisdiction, Station 2 in Locust Grove, for example, part of their proactive community approach is they go out and they do what's called pre-plans of all the commercial industry within their response district. So they go out, it's not an actual fire inspection. They don't go and look for, code violations, so to speak. They go do exactly what you're talking about. They go to get the superintendent's name and phone numbers, who to contact after hours, where your gas shutoff is, where some of your main hazards would be. So each of the individual fire stations go do that. So they do have that knowledge ahead of time during that response. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm back with the chair. If we're going to spend this time and energy to try and equip you all, I'm quite sure there's going to be some type of special equipment as well needed when it's determined to put these fires out, because you're saying it takes almost 10 times the amount of water to try to put out this type of fire, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And again, currently, no, we're not requesting any kind of special equipment. What we're trying to do is head it off on the front end. And this is not to, again, to be able to put the fire out eventually. It's just to give the occupants that are inside the building that much more time in order to be able to escape safely.
Commissioner Ingram.
My question is just around what's the implementation process, especially for those industries that are already there, and how will we move forward handling that?
The ordinance will address and include both existing and new construction projects. So if we have an existing warehouse facility out there, as long as they don't make any changes in their classification or introduce of a hazard, then they're under the old regulations. But as soon as if this regulation is approved and signed into ordinance, then it'll apply to all new construction, and then if there's any changes in the occupancy classification of the existing, then they'll have to come up to the current code.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
No further questions from the board. You're asking us to, where's the ordinance at?
This ordinance would be located in the fire prevention section of the county's ordinance.
Okay.
So not within the Unified Land Development Code, just within the standard ordinance.
Okay. Yeah.
Make a motion that we adopt regulations regarding lithium-ion batteries and lithium metal batteries.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Human Resources. A resolution of the Board of Commissioners to approve and adopt the Henry County Employees Class and Compensation Plan.
Good evening, Madam Board Chair, Vice Chairman, distinguished board members. I come before you today with a resolution for the adoption of our class and comp study and the implementation of it. Before we get underway, I'd be remiss if I did not introduce our principal consultant on this study, Ms. Kristen Gilly, and also our internal champion on this study, Ms. Callie Colaccio, our HR specialist. They have been the ones who've been working diligently on this project, along with all staff members who have participated in the various surveys and JATs and MITs that we've provided to them. Before I yield the majority of my time to them, I want to share some important numbers with you all. 1,728 full-time employees. 1,282 of those employees live in Henry County. When you drill down to your public safety team, 757 public safety employees. 646 of those employees reside in Henry County. So when you look at the overall number, 74% of your full-time workforce live in Henry County. When you look at it from a public safety perspective, 85% of your public safety workforce live in Henry County. So what does that mean? That means this is a win-win solution, twofold. We're going to be able to get all employees where they need to be from a market data study standpoint. And then we have skin in the game with 74% of our employees residing in Henry County, providing service delivery to the 252,000 citizens that make up this great county. So I'm going to yield at this time to Ms. Gilly, and she's going to give a comprehensive overview of the plan, and I ask that you all refrain for questions until the very end. Thank you. Christy.
Good evening. First, I'd like to say thank you all for allowing us, Evergreen Solutions, the privilege of conducting this study on your behalf. This has been about 7 months long project, and a lot of hard work has gone into this, not only with the Human Resources Department, but with the Henry County employees, and I appreciate all of the work that they have put in to this. So tonight I want to go over with you, I want to take you from start to finish with our project. So we're going to talk about the study goals, the various phases of the project, including the internal review process as well as the external review process, and then the recommendations that we are proposing. So our goals of this study, very simple. We wanted to review the current compensation and classification system to ensure internal equity. We also wanted to survey peer organizations for external equity, and then at the end, obviously provide recommendations for a system that is equitable both internally and externally. So like I said, we started this project about 7 months ago. We had our project kickoff meeting August 17th of 2022. In that meeting was your HR director, HR specialist, I believe the county manager was in there, and then of course my project team. With this, in the project kickoff, we discussed what the needs of the county were, what brought about this study, the various things that we were looking, or you guys were looking for to get out of this study. Leading into that, we collected a variety of different data. So an employee database, the various salary schedules, job descriptions for all the positions, organizational charts, and any personnel policies and procedures related to compensation. So after this data collection, it allowed us to really kick off the get started diving into the current system, what you guys currently have. And we do what we call an assessment of current conditions. So this is where we're going to analyze the current system that's in place, all of the different, the compensation plans. You had 2 at the beginning. We were looking for, you know, what do you have in place? What are some holes that we're seeing here? So in that employee database that we received, we were also able to look closer at the employee level to see if there was anything that really stuck out to us. So in the assessment of current conditions, a couple of the findings that we had was that the current system is fairly organized. There were 35 grades on each plan. So you had a plan for your general, what we would call a general plan, and then you had a plan for the jail employees. Both of those had 35 grades with 30 steps, about 1% in between each step. One thing that we noticed was there was a very narrow range spread. So the range spread, when I say that, I'm saying what is the minimum salary here to the maximum salary. Okay, so what is that, how far apart are the minimum to the maximum? And that was about 41.7%. We also noticed that the midpoint progressions amongst the grades did vary. Now, best practice calls for consistent progressions as well as a range spread between 50 to 70%. You don't want it to be too narrow where that you aren't able to, offer more compensation than your competitors, but you don't want it to be so wide where the employee probably will never get to the end of that range. So will never make the maximum. Another thing that we noted in this assessment of current conditions when we looked at the employee level was that there did seem to be some compression amongst your employees. We noted that the majority of your employees' salaries fell below the midpoint. Now, when I say the midpoint, we think of the midpoint as that's market for that position. Someone that is competent in their position, they have the experience, the education required, they've been doing this a while, they should be about at the midpoint. However, 87.6% of employees were below the midpoint. To narrow that down even further, you had 67% of your employees that were in that first quartile alone. So whenever we break up the salary ranges into quartiles, we can see based on tenure where folks are falling. So we could see that there was a link between the tenure with the progression throughout the range. However, once again, we noted that over half of your employees were in that first quartile. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that we noticed that while you guys had the 35 grades on each plan, not all of the grades were used. I believe in the general plan there were about 7 unused grades, and in the jail there were a lot of grades that weren't used. I think they were only using 6 or 7 of those grades. So the next phase of our project was actually where myself and one of my colleagues came here and hung out with you guys for about 3 days, where we conducted on-site interviews and focus groups. So this was in mid-September of 2022. In these focus groups, we talked with a cross-section of classification. So the point of these it wasn't to talk to every single employee. We wanted a sampling of employees. We had approximately 200 participants over that 3-day period in those focus groups. Now, in addition to the focus groups that we conducted that week, we also released an employee outreach survey. This was released, in the middle of while we were here, and we received 568 responses. So about 25% of employees responded to the survey. So between the survey and the focus groups and interviews that we conducted, employees shared a variety of things with us. So one of the things that they shared was the reasons for coming to the county to work for the county as well as remaining employed here. And the top reason, location. I remember, in many focus groups, folks said, I live in the county, I want to work for the county where I live. I want to be able to give back to my community. So I thought that was really important to note. They also mentioned job security and stability, job satisfaction and enjoyment, the benefits and the retirement that you guys offer employees, and then coworkers. Employees love who they work with. They love where they work, who they work with. So I thought that was really great feedback.
Henry County is a great place to serve.
It is. Now, of course, in these groups, in the survey, we did ask about concerns. So we broke that down into 2 separate parts, compensation and classification. So at the compensation level, one of the things that we heard over and over were that the concern about starting salaries for entry-level positions. There were a lot of positions that were hard to recruit and retain, and employees thought that was because that starting salary was so low that, folks can go work at Chick-fil-A and make more money than some of these entry-level positions. It was also, employees also noted compression between new and tenured employees. So where folks were coming into the county, never worked here before, but they were coming in making more than someone who had been here for a length of time. It was also something brought up was between the employees and supervisors. There was some compression there as well, where employees were making almost as much as their supervisor was making. So that was another concern. And then finally, the communication regarding how starting pay and the steps are determined. That was another point that was made, is that people, they want to know, how do you determine the starting pay? And I think that comes from the compression that they were experiencing. In regard to classification, it was noted that employees felt that the classification titles, very generic. They did not accurately describe the position. I use you guys have a classification program coordinator. Well, it was found that a program coordinator could be, it could be an office administrator, it could be a supervisor, it could be someone who's actually organizing a program, but there's various, very different responsibilities. So some of these generic classifications, folks just felt like it's just not, it doesn't really say what I'm doing. It was also noted that job descriptions did not include all of the roles and responsibilities of the position, and part of that may be because of the generic classifications that many employees have. How are you going to fit, 10 jobs into one job description? And then also limited career progression with some classifications. So some classifications have varying levels, 1, 2, 3, whereas others didn't. So it was noted that employees felt like some more career progression was needed for some classifications. So after we left focus groups, we released what we call the job assessment tool. Now, this was released the week after focus groups, and this provided data on the roles and the responsibilities of each classification. So this allowed us to really allowed employees to provide additional feedback on what they do on a day-to-day basis. What are their primary roles and responsibilities? It allowed us to really dive in and see, okay, you have this classification, but does that classification really fit what you do? This is where the internal equity piece comes in. If we go back to our study goals, we use the job assessment tool to ensure that internal equity. We want to make sure that if someone is in a position, in a classification that doesn't make sense, we want to make it make sense. We want to reclassify. We also want to make sure that positions that have similar roles and responsibilities have similar pay ranges. So that next point where it produced classification scores based on 5 factors. So my team, we go in, we look at every single assessment that is submitted. We did have about 60% of employees completed the assessment, which covered approximately 90% of classifications. So we got a great response rate on that. The scores are based on the level of leadership that position has, the working conditions, the complexity of the position, the decision-making authority, and the relationships amongst employees. So do they work on a team? Are they supervising a team? Are they, the director, what is that relationship? There was also multiple verification steps. So obviously it started with employee input. Employees had 2 weeks to complete the job assessment tool. Then supervisors went in. They had a week to do the reviews and provide additional feedback. Then, of course, it was reviewed by Evergreen and then reviewed by Human Resources. So after the job assessment tool, the next phase of our project was that external review. So we solicited data from 21 peers, and I'm not going to read all of those to you, but the majority of those were counties, a handful of cities. There were 101 classifications used as benchmarks. Overall, we had a great response rate. There was 877 data points collected. We finalized these results in November of 2022. And in this process is where we really start talking about the compensation philosophy of the county. So it was brought up that the county wants to be competitive at the 80th percentile. So at the 80th percentile in the market, we could tell that the county was on average actually slightly above market minimums. So 2.2% above the minimum, but you're losing ground at the midpoint and the max. Remember, the midpoint is what we really consider. This is market. This is what approximately what folks should be making if they are, have all of the experience, the requirements are met, if they are proficient in their position, things like that. So 5.7% below at the midpoint and 11.3% below at the max. Now, going back to our assessment of current conditions, that finding of the very narrow range spread, that's exactly where this is coming from. Your range spreads are not as wide as your peers. So while you are competitive at the minimum, that starting salary, folks, your peers are paying more at the max. So that's where why you're seeing the below market at the midpoint and max. So moving forward, what do we do from here? Taking in all of the information we received from the job assessment tool, the market, the assessment of current conditions, the feedback we received from focus groups, we started developing what we wanted a plan to look like. So obviously you wanted to be competitive at the 80th percentile. We wanted to keep that consistency and structure and add some consistency. Talking about the midpoint progressions. We wanted to also widen that range so that you are competitive at the midpoint and max. We kept it with 2 plans. However, instead of a general plan and a jail plan, we're going general and public safety. So instead of just your jail employees being on that second plan, you're going to have all of public safety. So your fire, your police, your E911, your EMA, obviously jail, sheriff. So anyone in public safety would be on that plan. So I know this is small. Bear with me. So on the general plan, you can see here there are 30 grades. So we are going down from 35 grades to 30. There were a handful of grades that they were not being used in that 35 grades. And we're also going from 30 steps to 25 steps. A few things to note about this. You'll notice that the range spread goes to 55%, and the step progression goes to 1.8%. So right now employees are seeing a 1% increase a year with their step. This would move it to a 1.8%. Looking at the public safety plan, we're proposing 18 grades and once again 25 steps. So you still have that same range spread of 55%, and you have a step progression of 1.8%. So once these plans were developed, we needed to determine how to transition employees over to the new plan. So there are a variety of implementation options, and I want to tell you a little bit about them, just how they're calculated, and then on the next slide we'll go on the pros and cons of both. So the first one is bring to new minimum. This is your baseline method of transitioning. So every other implementation option will also include bring to new minimum. So this is simply going to look at the employee's salary, what they are currently making. If it does not fall in the range, the new proposed range, it will move them to step 1 of the new proposed range. Okay? For everyone else, it's going to look at what is the closest step. Okay? Because steps are never going to align one-to-one. What is the closest step? And it's going to put them on the next closest step. Okay? We're never going to decrease a salary. We're always going to move it up. All right, so that is bring to new minimum. Once again, all of the other options include bring to new minimum. The next option is class year parity. So this is going to look at how long an employee has been in their current position, and based on a 30-year career trajectory, we use 30 because that is typically how long someone is in a career from whenever they start to whenever they retire. We use that as a baseline. That's best practice. So if someone is they've been with the county for 30 years, they would be placed on step 25, okay? Because that is your max step. If someone is brand new, they'd be placed on step 1. If they've been with the county for 15 years, they'd be placed somewhere around step 13, I would imagine, okay? I'm going to skip hybrid year. I'm going to come back to that in just a second and go to higher year. So higher year is the same as class year, except instead of using the employee's classification date, so the date that they entered their current position, is going to use the date that they started with the county, okay, their hire date. Same exact calculation, just using that different date. Now going back to hybrid, this is going to be a combination of class year and hire year. So it will first take into account how long an employee has been in their current classification, and then it's going to give some credit for how long they have been with the county overall. So, for example, if you have someone who has been with the county for 5 years, okay, they've been in their current position 1 year. It's first going to take that 1 year they've been in their classification and give them credit for that. Then it's going to take that remaining 4 years, divide it in half, and that's 2 years. So we know 2 plus 1 is 3. So then it will give us credit it will place them based on 3 years, okay, instead of, for example, for classification, for class date, that would be 1 year. For hire date, it would be 5. So you're meeting it right in the middle, okay? Range placement looks at how far into the current salary range they have progressed from the minimum, okay? So from starting from the very step 1, how far have they progressed? So if they're at the midpoint right now, they've progressed 50% of the way. It's going to take that same percentage and apply it to the new range. Now, pros and cons of each. There's always going to be pros and cons. Bring to new minimum. Obviously, a pro is that's the least expensive option. Once again, all of the other options include bring to new minimum. And it ensures that all employees are in their correct grade. You know, easiest way to transition, folks. You're only giving minimum increases really to those that are just really far below. Con of this is it does not address the compression, and that was one of the major findings. It is not going to touch compression. In fact, it may create more compression, okay? Your parity options, the great thing about the parity options is it's going to address your compression, okay? Class year, it's going to credit employees for their time in their classification. It's going to address that compression based on how long they have been in that classification. And it's going to adjust for the market in the sense that it's going to take how long they have been in that classification and give them, once again, credit for that and move them toward the midpoint. It can erase performance gains. So if they have been given a step increase for performance, that may not transition over into how we place them on the new scale based on the class year. It also does not account for organizational tenure, so it's not going to give them any credit for how long they have been with the county overall, and it does not account for outside experience. So it's simply how long they have been in their current classification. Hybrid year, the same. It's going to take care of compression. It's going to give them credit for not only the time in classification, but also the organizational tenure. Once again, it will erase some performance gains, or it can erase some performance gains. And then higher year, of course, it's going to credit employees for their organizational tenure. It does not, once again, it does not count for outside experience, things like that. It's only looking at that higher date. Range placement is going to maintain the relationship between the employees' salaries that currently exist, so it's not going to correct any compression. So your three that are going to help with compression are going to be your parity options. Range placement, it can reward for previous experience if that has already been accounted for in what their current salary is. So these are going to come with varying costs. Like we noted, bring to new minimum is going to be the least expensive. Now I do want to point out that these numbers do include your vacancies that you have right now. So all of these costs are for salary implementation only. It does not include any of your benefits, fringe, anything like that. So this is just base salaries only. So once again, bring to new minimum is going to be your least expensive at about $4.7 million. And then your most expensive will be higher year at around $17.8 million. You can see here the average percentile adjustment as well as the average salary adjustment that each employee would approximately receive. And once again, this is on average. Now, after looking at all of the different options, the one that we are going to recommend is going to be the class year parity. This is going to alleviate some of that compression between employees while providing credit for their time in position. This is the most affordable parity option. So it's going to come in at about not quite 8.6 total. Once again, these costs does include your vacancies, and you do have quite a few vacancies right now, so that is all accounted for. You can see overall, on average, employees would receive about an 8.6% increase, or about not quite $4,300. So our recommendations, I call this slide what the we do. This is Evergreen's part of it. There's one part that will be the county's. So revise the titles of generic classifications to better reflect job duties and create additional classifications for career progression where needed. This is something that we have done for you all. In fact, after outreach, actually January, I believe it was, I met with the directors here. We reviewed all of the classifications and settled on what we thought would best suit for the departments that had those generic classifications. We also had created some additional classifications for some career progression where it was needed. So this top one is included in everything that we have done. Our second recommendation is to revise the job descriptions to include updated classification information provided in the JAT. This is forthcoming. Review job descriptions annually for accuracy. That is going to be something that we will task with the county to do on an annual basis. And then implement 2 new pay plans for general and public safety employees. Slot those classifications into the plan based on external and internal equity and transition the employees' salaries into the new plans. This is something we have already done for you. Now this next slide is going to be you do. So this is the homework for Henry County. Conduct small-scale salary surveys as needed to assess the market. So on these hard to recruit, retain positions, you may need to go back out and look at what your peers are doing. If there are retention issues, make the changes to the pay grades as necessary. We also recommend that you conduct a comprehensive classification and compensation study every 3 to 5 years. That's going to, obviously be subject to budget constraints. If you can afford it, do it. And then review and revise as appropriate your existing pay plan, pay practice guidelines, including those for determining salaries of newly hired employees, progressing employee salaries through the ranges, and determining pay increases for employees who have been promoted to a different classification. So this goes back to one of the concerns of, wanting more clarification on how the pay and step is determined. So we're just asking, review those guidelines. So like I mentioned, one slide back, our next step at Evergreen is to update the job descriptions. Once we have approval from everyone, we will get started on that and go from there. And that is all that I have. Any questions?
Commissioner Wilson, you have any questions?
Oh, I got a ton of questions, but I guess my first question is, well, first of all, thank you for that, because I know y'all put a lot of hard work into that. Has all the department directors seen this? This presentation, have all the department directors seen this presentation?
No,
before
sir.
Tonight?
No, sir.
Because I'd like to get their input on how this affects their department. To see, because, of course, I'd like to get a copy of all this and review it. And basically, my recommendation would be table it until we all can kind of dive into this a little deeper. Because I got a lot of questions. So I'd like to get a copy with a highlighter and then come back and see if we could, because I think it's a great plan. It's a lot of information.
Are there any specific concerns as far as departments go?
No, not really. It's just so many things in this package that not really concerns me, but I'd like to kind of dissect it out and go through it that way.
Well, we gave a general overview at the retreat when directors were present.
But we didn't get into this whole presentation, so. But
the director's part of the study or plan?
Yes, it was all inclusive, as we explained. The JATs that were completed, they had to complete JATs too for their positions, and also they had to review the JATs. So this process has been transparent from day one, and everybody had an opportunity to participate.
And then I held meetings with directors, it was either January or February, to discuss the various classifications within their departments.
Because I've seen pay plans over the years when I worked for the county, and in the public safety part, it was a dollar amount attached to a rank. Where it was firefighter 1, 2, paramedic, EMT, lieutenants. But I didn't see any of that on there, so that would be something I'd like to see how that plugs into the rank structure of each PD and fire.
Yeah, absolutely. So every classification is assigned to a pay grade, and that is in the final report as well.
So I'd like to see all that.
Okay.
Commissioner Angel?
I was just going to say thank you for Director Harold Cooper for putting this together. It answered a lot of the questions that I've had. Primarily the compensation concern, number 2, which is compression. So to me, it indicates what we've been doing, one, is not fair necessarily, nor rewarding, which is why we are losing our tenured employees. And seeing that we've got 239 vacancies, I think it just should impress upon us the urgency and the good work. Thank y'all for what y'all have done at Evergreen to bring this forth. And I like the numbers. I was looking at the numbers, and it's interesting. When I see what is on y'all's proposal is right about the number that I hit when I was putting my numbers together. So thank y'all for your good work.
Thank you for the compliment.
No, I mean, kind of to Commissioner Wilson's thing, I just, would like to see the breakdown, I guess, per department. And I know maybe in the overall scheme of things, I know we don't run the day-to-day, the county manager runs the day-to-day, but it would be to approve this type of number when you're talking about $8 million, and I think it's going to end up being over $10 million once you add the taxes in. That is something that, as much information as possible as can be provided so we actually see the breakdown, that will be helpful. It is common knowledge that we need to address it. That's no secret. We are losing a lot of good employees to our neighboring jurisdictions. 239 vacancies, that is a huge number. That is a huge number. And so we do have to compete with our neighboring jurisdictions. So it is a fact that we must address the compensation. I think we're headed in the right direction. So my only ask is just a breakdown. Okay.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to advise you, you may need to check the weather because I'm about to agree with Commissioner Wilson. We don't. Anyway, when I look at this, and I did request this report yesterday, I think, and I finally did get and start looking at it. Still did not answer the questions that I have. We definitely need to address the compression that's in here. We need to know what that cost is going to be. Your numbers do not include benefits and everything that's needed. We need to know what that's going to be. I'm concerned that you only did 3 days of interviews.
That's actually,
Really, I'm just,
yeah, that's
doesn't
a
seem
lot.
to be enough for the number of employees, and they're scattered all
We
about.
had 2 consultants here running concurrent sessions, if that helps.
Yeah, but they're all over. We have judges in one place, we have firemen in another place, we have people all over. So I'm concerned that your focus group was really small, which is a 200 people sampling. That concerns me as well. I'm concerned as to how this will be implemented. We talked about what needs to happen, but we have not talked about implementation. Will it be phased in? Will we do it all at one time? Will employees go on a 101 through HR to make this happen? With the classifications being changed? How would that happen? How will I know where I was a B, but now I'm a C, I was an E, but now I'm an F? How would that be communicated?
We have 1,740 letters ready to go out to every employee when this is adopted, saying, Employee Harold Cooper, your current grade and class is such and such. Under the new plan, it will be pay grade this, job classification this. You will have an opportunity to an appeals process, and there is a caveat with the appeals information. So we have that letter ready as well, ma'am.
Well, thank you. And I remember before when we did this, and I still have the emails of the individuals who did appeals. They were not addressed.
And the beauty about this time around, we're going to do the appeals before any application of the actual processing of the PAs take place. So when we do the processing of the PAs with the effective date of July, all hearts and minds would be clear. The appeals will be done as well.
Thank you for that information. But I'm going to agree with my counterpart over here and state that we do need additional time to look at this. We have summaries. I need a breakdown of these summaries. They're just not, as it is, enough information for me. I really do think we need to do right by employees. We've taken the time to do right by some individuals. We need to do right by them and bring them up to par. We want to do it right. Do it in the correct fashion, implement it with the right types of letters, evaluation, reclassifications, and then you stated you would be looking at the job descriptions if we, I guess that's an additional cost to do that?
No, it's part of our project.
Oh, well, that should be simple to do, to say she's going to do it. If it's not anything we have to vote additional monies for, it should be just done. So I'm going to say that we need time to look at this a little bit more before passing it, so we can make sure it's done correct, that the appeal process will be used, and everybody will receive what they are due to get from this county, and not just a statement or just a blanket like we've done before.
That's it? Commissioner Ingram?
I just want to once again tell y'all thank you, and to the employees of the county, I want y'all know we take this serious and that I am going to try to push that number higher. And I thank y'all for all that y'all do.
Thank you. There no further discussion?
Any further discussion?
Leave this meeting, staff is clear on what additional information the board needs. Because I think we have provided thus far what we believe to be sufficient information. So I do need to know specifically, I know Commissioner Wilson asked for director's input. I will get an email out. I do think that Harold and our consultants have been very diligent throughout this process, making sure that the department directors have been included. This has been a very inclusive process. Because we have so many people that are here, I think it's evident from the staff members that are here that they want this board to make a decision. So I need to know what specific information you all need so that we can provide it to you all. As you know, we will not have another board meeting until April the 18th. And so I want to make sure that you all are prepared for that meeting to either make a decision on it or tell us specifically what you need. I think one of the questions, and this is to Harold and our team, that I think the board is asking for is you have position numbers. They want to know who those position numbers align with. So if you have that information, provide it to the board. They want to know where our police officers stand, where our firefighters stand. So if we have that information, let's go ahead and put it in the record so that that'll eliminate the open records that are going to come in, and that will eliminate any additional questions that the board may have. One of the things that I think is critical is that earlier this evening we had a workshop meeting with our board on the budget. As part of that, Ms. Campbell presented about a $10.5 million allocation for the class and compensation study as a result of us keeping the millage rate at its current level and making sure that every department could work within their means. We have the funding that has been allocated. We're not utilizing fund balance, and we have a study that was done as a result of the request from the board to be conducted, and we've done it in 7 months. We have afforded every employee who wanted to be a part of the process to be a part of the process. The focus groups that were created, employees had an opportunity to participate. We even had focus groups after hours to make sure that we could get them included in it. And we have had a very, in my opinion, inclusive process. So before we leave here tonight, all I ask is that the board tell us specifically what additional information you need so that we may provide you with the information so that you can make a decision either to vote for it or against it. But I need to know specifically what you need so that we can provide that to you all.
I think, Sherry, what would be helpful is to, what I wish would have been provided tonight was if, and I'm just going to use this for an example, if we're talking about, say, police officers, where they are now and what the salary would go to. If we're talking about DOT workers, what the salary is for those various positions in DOT, where they are now, and what the salary would go to. And so I think that would kind of help us to visualize the true impact that we're having for our employees. Because I support this class and comp, and I'm ready to vote for it now. But I've got other commissioners that want to see additional information. And so we talked about this in our retreat that we had, and this was brought forth in our retreat that everybody that's sitting up here was at. You had questions, concerns, they should have been asked during that time as well. So I think that is a lot of the information, is to be able to see where we are in the different positions, what positions are being impacted, where those current salaries are today, and with this class and comp, where will it take those salaries to? Because I can tell you, DeKalb County just gave their public safety a raise, and they're going to $55,000, and we're not even at $50,000. So when we talk about losing good employees to neighboring counties, it's because that they are taking care of their employees.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Chair and Madam County Manager, you all need the pay grade assignments. Is that what we're asking for?
I think that that would be part of what the I guess request would be from John.
I'm sorry.
That was one of my requests, yes. Now, look, I'm all about employee raises, okay? I've been an advocate for employees raises ever since I've been on the board. I want to make sure every employee, when it comes to the starting salary, as they go on up through the classifications, are getting treated fairly, because they're going to call and say, what does this mean? I don't want to tell them I don't know. I don't like voting on something I don't know about. So if I could get more information how it's going to affect the employees and how the class, and of course I've seen something about the position years of service. That was kind of confusing. We take the position they was in, you give them 1 year. If they was in it in 5 years, then you take half of that and you add it back, and that needs to be explained, because if you got, and I'll go back to the fire service, if you got a captain that's been, if he's been in a position for 5 years and he's just was promoted, well, then you might have a chief that has been there for a while. And so how does that going to affect if you do that? If you do that formula there, is that going to put him right up under the chief? So that was really confusing to me. And I'm going to tell you that probably half the guys out there are probably confusing them as well.
Well, those staff members know we have an open door policy, and you can always redirect them back to yours truly.
But
and
I want to make sure
so.
they clear on what's about to happen for their departments and for those rank structures as well.
Sorry, Kristen.
And whenever we look at the pay grade assignments, and what you guys are wanting is what we call the pay grade assignments. It has what the current minimum to maximum is, the proposed grade, the proposed minimum maximum, the differentials in between the two. Now, I can assure you that no ranges decreased. All ranges, there was absolutely no negative differentials. So based on the regression analysis that we did with the job assessment tool and the market, that's how we slotted positions. Now, concerning what you were talking about in the hierarchy of, for example, the fire, if you notice on, there is a column that says progression, so midpoint progression, and I can go back to that slide. So let's just use this as an example. So you can see here the grade progression, it's consistent at 5%, but then there's a break at 10%. So each classification is slotted into a pay grade, all right? Say, for example, and don't hold me to this, a fire captain is grade, I don't know, 213. So you can see here that that's a 5%, that grade progression is 5% from the one above it. Now, for example, let's say fire chief is 218. You can see that how that grade progression goes, it increases and then it goes back to 5%. So the reason for that progression, that grade progression, is to ensure that the compression that was being experienced between employees and their supervisors, that is to help take care of that. So whenever we're talking about, is someone going to be making as much as their supervisor? Ideally, no, this would correct that. Now, going back to the question about the hybrid parity, that is simply, like I said, a combination of the class parity and the higher year. So you're getting full credit for however long you've been in that classification, and then the remaining years that you've been with the county, you're getting 50% credit. Okay, so another example, if you have someone that's been in their current classification for 5 years, they've been with the county for 10 years total, they're first going to get credit for that 5 years they've been in their classification, and they're going to get credit for 50% of the remaining balance, if you will. So they would get credit for 7.5 years, okay, because 5 divided by 2 is 2.5. I wasn't a math teacher. I was a language arts teacher for a while. So the hybrid is just it's a way to reward employees for not only how long they've been in their classification, but also give them a little bit of something to reward them for their longevity with the county.
Okay. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to bring this back on April the 18th. Commissioners got between now and April the 18th to get their questions answered. So when we could bring it back, no more presentation, it is a vote. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Until April the 18th.
Okay, well, can I get a motion to table it to April 18th?
I make a motion to table until April the 18th.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor? All in favor, raise your hands. Motion carries.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next item on the agenda is planning and zoning. Public hearing and presentation by TSW of Atlanta regarding the Henry County Comprehensive Plan 2040 update.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and the Henry County community. The comprehensive plan is scheduled for its 5-year update, which is due in October to the Department of Community Affairs. At the February 7th BOC meeting, Henry County did procure TSW as the consultant for this project. We had our initial kickoff meeting with staff on February 28th and followed that up with a biweekly meeting on March the 15th. This week we've actually been doing stakeholder interviews, and we will continue with that tomorrow. But the purpose of tonight's meeting is the initial public hearing to introduce TSW and inform the Henry County residents and the community about the planning process and announce the opportunities for input in relationship to the 2023 update. And with that, I'll introduce Allison Stewart Harris with TSW.
All right, good evening. Thank you all so much for having me here tonight. I thought we could spend the next couple hours going line by line in the Georgia statutes about the comprehensive plan. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I am totally joking. While we're working on getting the presentation set up, I will go ahead and get started because I know you have a lot on your agendas tonight. I'm Allison Stewart Harris. I run the planning studio for the firm Tennell, Spangler & Walsh in Atlanta. We're thrilled to be helping the county update its comprehensive plan. You last did your comprehensive plan in 2018. I know there's a lot of different types of plans out there, but the comp plan is sort of the big one of them all. It's a really high-level look at how the county will develop and improve over the next 5 years and also a little further into the future for about 20 years. We'll keep on going. So what we're doing, we have a very tight time frame. The county has a deadline with the state of October 31st of this year. So we are working very fast and very furious to get everything done. We're really going to be focused on your land use. The big goal is to help you and your staff really give you all a tool to help you make good decisions. So when you're hearing these planning and zoning cases like you will be tonight, you have better information to make those decisions by. So we'll be looking at your land use, your transportation plans that you've already done. We'll be looking at your neighbors. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay. We'll see how long my arm can reach. Okay, so we'll skim over these. All right. So this is our project team. We're working with your planning and zoning staff. We have quite a few folks on the consultant team. We have land use planners, we have public engagement specialists, we have economic specialists, and we also have transportation and wastewater specialists. Like I mentioned, a comprehensive plan, it is a very high-level look at how the county will grow and develop. It's a 20-year outlook, but we're specifically looking at 5 years from now. The state requires that y'all do this in order to remain eligible for certain funding sources. The requirements vary by jurisdiction, but what Henry County needs to do are these elements listed here. Our goal is that we are going to totally rehaul your 2018 plan. y'all have so much growth coming. You're trying really hard to keep up with it, and we want to help you answer how you can balance density with preserving some of your more rural areas. So we'll be looking at your recent development patterns, analyzing existing plans. We'll be working with the community on a vision for growth and really focused on providing some action-oriented implementation strategies to go with everything. This plan is not going to reinvent the wheel. We'll be working from the plans y'all have already been investing in. And again, we'll be looking at what your cities are doing and also looking at the land use plans of your neighbors. This plan is not a regulatory document. It's a tool. So we will not be changing any zoning with this plan. We'll definitely make some recommendations for that. But this does not change zoning in and of itself. This also doesn't force any changes on private property. Here's our schedule. I'll go through this very quickly. Again, we have that deadline of October. Right now, we're in that project initiation stage. And all those sort of yellow dots at the bottom, those are all opportunities for the public to engage in the process. Our two main goals for engagement are to really get the word out that the plan is happening now and provide easy, accessible, easy to understand information about what these land use problems are, how it impacts people's day-to-day lives. We'll have a number of participation opportunities coming up. We have our first public workshop next month, most likely the week of April 17th, not the 18th when you'll be meeting. We'll be doing some online input, a land use workshop in May, some more online input, and then a public workshop in July. The best place for folks to stay updated with the process currently is the Planning and Zoning website. So our next steps, we have started our stakeholder interviews. We are hoping to speak with each one of you, so I look forward to that opportunity. We also have our steering committee meeting scheduled for next week, which I believe is now the 29th. We are looking at all those existing plans, and we are preparing for that first public workshop. So, like I said, very fast, very brief. If you have any questions, I am happy to answer them.
Board have any questions? Okay.
Hey, thank you very much for that presentation. My question is for the public engagement. I just want to understand how that works because I probably have almost everybody who's in the room tonight is District 5, and I would love for them to have an opportunity to see what the process is and be involved in the process going forward. Citizens should have an opportunity to have a voice in what's going to come to their community.
Yes, absolutely. So we will have, I believe there's 3 public workshops. We'll be advertising through a bunch of different means. We'll be advertising on the website. We'll be asking each of you when we have our interviews with you if you have listservs for your district that we can use. So we have a whole public engagement plan that we're happy to provide to you with what those opportunities are and how we'll be reaching out to everybody. But we agree, it's a necessary part of this process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions?
So this is a public hearing. Persons wishing to come and speak regarding the comprehensive plan 2040 update have 3 minutes. Okay. Hearing none, Stephanie, do I just need to call for a motion to?
There is no motion tonight for this. That's it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. What I was saying is that this is a public hearing for anyone to come and speak regarding the information that she just went over regarding our Henry County Comprehensive Plan 2040 update. So this is with regards to the plan. Okay, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. If you would like to come up and speak, just come up here and give us your name and where you live and talk to us about the plan. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening to the board. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Jocelyn Williams. I've been in the county since 1993. Beautiful county, beautiful land that we didn't know these developers owned. And when we moved in, we knew that there would be growth, but the growth is so massive. I work for Henry County. I get up at 5. I have to be to work at 7:30, but the traffic is so hard for me, being elderly. So my concern on paper is gorgeous, but when you drive here and live here, it's very hard to maneuver. I live off Flipping Road. It's only 2 lanes, and it's very difficult, and they haven't been paved, very difficult to see. So my house property tax, I'm so grateful to be able to work and to pay. So everything is fair, but my concern is, as you're building, who's looking at the planning? Who's watching the land use? I'm not a math teacher, but I know the infrastructure is too tiny to keep building and building. When they were talking about building things, there are traffic lights on Flipping Road. There aren't many. There's nothing to build on because they just built Broader Farm. Beautiful. I have some friends that live there, but you can only go one way in and one way out. So as you plan, if you could just let us meet, I think she said 3 times, I'll make sure I bring my community and my family with me so we can ask questions. You do the designs, but when you come to the community, the infrastructure is not there and the road is not there. It probably will be, I think you said 2028. I can't wait to see what this progressive plan will be. And if you could help the public understand from paper to reality, I would be grateful. What does that mean? You have it here, you're building 500 condominiums, you're building this. How does it look for the public so that we can maneuver in and out? Once again, I can't thank you enough for your kindness, and the developers, we appreciate you and all the money that you're bringing to our county. We're so grateful. If you could just explain it to us, how we can maneuver getting up early in the morning, and thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Kirk Emerson. I live off of Scarborough and Panola Road, north in Ellenwood. My concern is that when I moved here into Henry County, one of the best things about Henry County was that it was a gem. It was a secret hiding place that you didn't have to worry about the massive growth. Now, growth is good, I understand that, but also the beauty of it all is that it's a well-kept secret, and it has been a well-kept secret. I'm not in favor of a whole lot of growth. I do not want to see mass transportation coming into this county. And I hope that as we go through this process that we will be able to vocalize that I do not want to see any mass transportation, any busing or anything along that line coming in. Our roads cannot accommodate it, but I know we need to widen our roads, but I don't want to see all of that other happening. I think it's just it's disadvantageous to us to have that and to try to compete in that way with the larger counties. Just hearing that we have 239 vacancies and that we still have not been able to fill those and to be able to get through that and can't make compensation decisions. I just feel that if that can't be done, then let's slow it down because it's not beneficial to this county and to this resident who is standing before you. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the board. I just have a quick note. As many of you know, my neighbors are here in regards to a hearing later on this evening. But I wanted to touch on this that I basically learned last zoning hearing.
Is it related to this comprehensive plan?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. In regards to when we adopt these comprehensive plans and studies, we tend to make amendments after amendments after amendments. In that case, it becomes a whole different adoption. How are we looking forward in regards to adopting this new 2028 and amendments going forward? That's all.
Thank you.
May I address some of the concerns and comments. Is that okay?
We got somebody else speaking.
This is, I'm Marjorie Brown. I live at 1755 Signature Court, Crystal Lake. In general, we have a comprehensive plan now. So my thoughts are, how do we ensure, as we move forward with a new plan, that we don't make some of the mistakes we've made with the old plan, with the current plan? Henry County is a high-growth county. How do we spread this new population throughout the county and not create hubs of very dense, unmanageable, untravelable, crowded schools in certain districts or in certain corridors? So I'm just asking that in developing the new plan, not only do we take in consideration just the fact of accommodating the high growth, but try and not create tight, dense areas, because we know when we have crowded neighborhoods, more people, more problems. So I'm asking that we take that in consideration and spread our growth throughout our county, and not just let one county or one district or one particular neighborhood take the brunt of all of the growth and end up possibly with not only crowded areas but with high crime, overcrowded schools, low property values. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't like public speaking, but good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Johnson, and I live in Autumn Lake subdivision off of Jonesboro Road, across from the Kroger. And I've been here for about 25 years. My biggest concern with everything everyone else has said is the safety, and not just in terms of dense people, population, but like, what are we going to do for hospitals, right? So if I have an emergency, where are we building another hospital? Are we building another grocery store? I mean, I've been going to that Kroger for 25 years. And I go in there and the shelves are empty because they can't handle the amount of people that are here now. So I know we've got a Publix being built down further off of Jonesboro Road, past the shopping center. But we also have 4 apartment buildings, apartment complexes. I'm trying to figure out if there's an emergency and I had to get up out of here, I'm not going to be able to get up out of here. I'm going to be waiting in line, and we've been caught on fire and blew up, and I can't go anywhere. So to me, the growth is not planned. It's just, give me the money, give me the tax dollars. We don't care about our constituents. This is supposed to be a place where we can build families. Now it's becoming a transient community. It's like you come in and then you come out. You're not putting any roots down. I raised my family here, and it's been nice. And now I'm thinking about leaving because I can't take this. You all need to think about us. And that's all I had to say.
Good evening. My name is Lourdes Kearney, and I live in Mountain Brook Village, and off of Turner Church Road in 155. And there's a farm that's right across the street from our subdivision that was recently, I think it was recently sold, and the builder is trying to build R50 homes, which is a total of 281 homes, is what I think that this developer is trying to build on that property. And my concern is with others, it's with the roads, the school, you know, the school zoning and just thinking about how, you know, one of the people that came up here is, it's a hidden gem. Henry County, we came here because we have property, and building a subdivision with 281 homes, it just causes a lot of people a lot of problems, and I don't know, just trying to voice my concern here also. I know this is all in talks with that property being sold, but my concern is what they're trying to bring into the county. That's all. And thank you.
Okay,
My wife Monica just spoke a second ago, Autumn Lake subdivision. We've been here for quite a while, 25 years, and I remember when I first spotted this area, and it's true, it was a hidden gem. I don't think it's been a hidden gem for a while because everyone is coming here. It's not a hidden gem anymore. But I want to protect this gem, right? And I don't know, I heard the young lady just speak a second ago about the plans. I'll go online and look at plans, and I've seen some of the plans, seen some of the land use that they have proposed over the years, but I'm seeing a lot of different things. And I don't know if the new 2024, 28, how is that going to fit into, and I think this is what she was saying earlier, how is this new plan going to be bonded, verified, vetted, whatever you have to do to make sure it works the next time? So we don't need to keep rolling plans on top of plans and say, oh, we did this wrong. Look at the things that have already been done incorrectly. Then we can start figuring out what a new plan ought to be, right? So I play a lot of tennis, go around to a lot of, not to say this is not a nice area, but I think they do a lot better job of planning that we haven't done here. I'm expecting it to be done here. Been here a long time, but it needs to be done here. And my wife, she's kind of a little rambunctious, but she said, you know, it's all a money thing. I get it. I understand. Everybody's in here trying to make money, right? But should we do it in a smart way, efficient way, a way that works for everybody? Plan it. Think about what we're doing out here. I mean, she's ready to move. I'm following her, but I don't want to move. I told her, you know, we got bedrooms upstairs. We're getting old, don't want to walk up them. I'm proposing an elevator because I don't want to move. And she's like, I'm out of here. Let's just figure this thing out, folks. Just figure it out. Let's come up with a bona fide solution and look at what we're doing right now. I know I got 25 seconds, but look at what we're doing right now and reassess that before we keep moving to other things. I'm not saying scratch this plan, but we got to look at what's going on right now, how we can make that better. Because the things that are happening on Jonesboro Road, the things that are happening on near Lake Dow, it's kind of crazy. And I'm not going to even get into the rental houses, subdivisions that I think shouldn't be here.
Good evening, board members. I just want to reiterate what everybody else has said. I've been in the county since my children were 5. One was 1.5, and one is getting ready to graduate from college. From high school. And so my husband and I have been very vested in this county. We love it because you feel like a family. I know a lot of people back here in this crowd, from getting to know them from over the years, because we participated in organizations, we participated in helping at the school, involved in our schools. We're good neighbors, basically. And the things that are happening in the county, I'm like everyone else. I want you to really think about some of the things that you are approving and bringing into the county. Development is good, yes it is, but it has to be good, sound development. It cannot be just any kind of development. I see the same developers go to other counties and build better quality homes than they build in our county. That can't be acceptable. It cannot. And we understand that we must have affordable housing, but there is a way to do it and do it right, and to care about the community that you're in. And these people care. You have good people. And there's been a flight out of the county because of things that have passed, the transportation, and there will be another flight out of the county if you guys don't get it right. You have an opportunity to get it right. You need to do so. You have people who care, and that's what you want in your community. Good neighbors. Thank you.
You want to come up and give some final words?
Sure, absolutely. So first, thank you all so much for the comments. If it's okay with the commission, I would love if you want to get on our mailing list to come to our meetings, hold a card up as I come out, and I would love to snatch them from you, put them on a piece of paper. We want as many folks to be involved with this process as possible. I do want to say, the state requirements for comprehensive plans are very light. Your county is actually not required to do a very in-depth planning process, but this county has decided to invest a significant amount of money to really overhaul the plan that you have now, because I think y'all recognize that it's not quite working. So one of the things that we're doing that's a little different from other sort of typical planning processes is we are doing that deep dive into what's been going on the past 5 years, 10 years. Where have we kind of been going wrong? What have those missteps been? We're comparing what happened, what was compared to what's on your future land use map. So we are doing that post-mortem. We are looking at your transportation, your traffic. We're looking at where y'all have sewer. So we are doing a very deep dive into a lot of these topics that y'all mentioned. And that is not something that the county has to do, but we are doing it because I think it's very important that we get it right for y'all. So please, please, please come be part of the process. Bring your neighbors, bring your friends. We want as many people to participate as possible. So thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Are we voting on this, the comprehensive? Okay. All right. So do we just go to the next item? Okay. An ordinance by Henry County to amend the Unified Land Development Code, special facilities, vineyards.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, board members, and citizens of Henry County. Today I bring to you a ULDC amendment that intends to address vineyards with wineries as well as event facilities in the RA zoning district. Thank you, sir. So here are the proposed amendments. We're going to discuss section 2.0303, which will add vineyards with wineries to the permitted use table. Appendix A, which will provide some new definitions. Section 4.03.27, which updates the current lodges and event facility code. Section 4.03.36, which will add supplemental use standards for vineyards with wineries. and section 12.02.06.I.5, which will remove the 5 special event per year limit for event facilities in the RA zoning district. So this is a pretty in-depth ULDC amendment, so I'm going to take my time so that if there are any questions or concerns, it's all clear. So just bear with me. This slide shows the addition of vineyards with or without wineries in the permitted use table. It will be placed underneath the lodges and event facilities use. So this is for our permitted use table. It's in our ULDC. You have a list of uses, and they coincide with the zoning as well. So that is one of the tools we use to make it easy for us to tell which uses can go in which zoning district. So this piece, all it does is add vineyards with or without wineries in a supplemental use section, and I'll get to that later. This is the definition portion. This is really important to get right. So we've added definitions for malt beverages, a fermented drink in which the primary ingredient is the grain or seed of the barley plant, which has been allowed to sprout slightly in a traditional way called malting before it is processed. Then we have vineyard, a plantation of grape-bearing vines grown mainly for winemaking, but also raisins, table grapes, and non-alcoholic grape juice. And then we have a definition for winery, a winery which makes at least 40% of its annual production from agricultural produce grown in the state where the winery is located and is located on the premises, a substantial portion of which is used for agricultural purposes, including the cultivation of grapes, berries, or fruits to be utilized in the manufacture or production of wine by the winery, or is owned and operated by persons who are engaged in the production of a substantial portion of agricultural produce used in its annual production. So what's important in this piece and differentiating vineyards and wineries is you can do a vineyard right now in Henry County as long as you have an acre of land. It's agricultural use. I can grow grapes, and I won't have to jump through any crazy hoops. Winery is when you start producing the grapes. So I just want to make that clear as we keep going through this process, that distinction. This is the current supplemental standards for lodges and event facilities. This is what was approved a couple of years ago. You need a conditional use. You only need 3 acres. You only need 200 feet of lot width. We have some outdoor lighting standards. We have some drop-off and pickup standards. This isn't sufficient for a business like a winery or an event facility. This is specifically for event facilities at this point. This already exists in our code. This is what staff is proposing. Okay, so I'll leave this up for just a minute, and I'm going to circle back to this chart when I get to the winery piece. Essentially, staff felt it important to increase these standards for lodges and event facilities to match new standards that will be presented on the next couple of slides. So the next section is the creation of the vineyards with or without wineries supplemental use section. So as you can see on the screen, this is what we would be putting into the code. It doesn't currently exist. This is section A of part of chapter 4.03.36. Vineyards are permissible in the RA zoning district, not within a subdivision, subject to the site design standards for that district. This is where it differentiates. Vineyards with wineries are permissible with an approved conditional use within the RA zoning districts, subject to the standards of the zoning district, and in accordance with section 4.01.03, appearance standards for commercial buildings, and subject to supplemental standards set forth in this section. Here are some pictures of some wineries that are currently in North Georgia, and this is our vision, some examples of what we see this possibly turning into. So this portion is the meat of this supplemental use section. So B lists its functions for vineyards with wineries, which may include operation as a special event facility as described in ULDC section 4.03.27. This is important because we're basically tying lodges and event facilities with vineyards that can have wineries. So if you take a vineyard and I have 15 acres and I'm growing grapes, I can apply for a conditional use to do a winery to produce wine and also to host special events. So that's where the difference is made. Here's some other details. I won't belabor you with the complexities, but some things such as you have to produce, you have to sell wine that's produced by your winery or other Georgia farm wineries. You can't do distilled spirits or malt beverages. Those are prohibited. You can do retail sales. Full service restaurants aren't prohibited, but we are going to have full service kitchens in the event that you have events. We have operating hours shall cease at 10 p.m., and we have some code that references our noise ordinance in terms of outdoor speakers. You will notice that the increased standards for event facilities is consistent with the standards for vineyards with wineries. These two charts are very similar. This includes a 15-acre minimum. Right now, event facilities only require 3 acres. At least 500 feet of lot width. Right now, they only require 200. 100 feet of undisturbed or enhanced buffers along the perimeter of the property, and increased architectural building standards. The goal of this ordinance is to enhance the standards for event facilities in the RA zoning district, to limit or eliminate nuisance complaints and disturbances as best we can, while also creating a use for vineyards with a winery use. As of right now, event facilities, again, only need 3 acres of land. They only need 200 feet of lot width. This proposal increases that massively. As the ULDC amendment is written, both of event facilities and vineyards with wineries would require a conditional use approval from the Zoning Advisory Board. At the time of ZAB consideration, that board could choose to add conditions and stipulations that are site-specific for each event facility or winery, or deny the request. To be clear, this is not a blanket approval for all 15-acre, 500-lot width lots in the county to have an event facility or a winery. This is simply giving the Zoning Advisory Board power to allow that or to not allow it, while also increasing the standards. So this chart, I'm just going to back up a little bit. This is what's in the ULDC right now for lodges and event facilities. I think everyone here can agree that this is not sufficient in protecting the county, especially if you vote to approve the very last piece of this ordinance. And that last piece is, back in 2017, when the events and lodges code was written, there was a stipulation that the number of special events related to the event facility would be limited to 5 per year or one per month. So what that's done is essentially it makes event facilities, as written in the code now, useless, but more importantly, it makes it to where those people that do have approved event facilities do whatever they want anyway. You're going to say you can only do 5 per year. They're still going to do as many as they can, regardless, until somebody tells on them, and then it's a big, debacle. Well, I believe this will help that case, right? We increase everything to 15 acres, 500 lot width minimums. We tie this to the noise ordinance. We tie this to architectural standards. We give DOT approval. Well, basically, DOT has the right to determine whether they need to do more commercial grading, more commercial streetscaping, or less if it's a smaller vineyard, a smaller events facility, or a smaller winery. So while we've taken away the limitation, which I think was people's biggest concern, is they're always partying, it's always loud. We've increased those buffers. We've made the lots larger, and it's not many 15-acre, 500 lot It's not as many 15-acre, 500-lot RA developments as there are 3-acre, 200-lot RA developments. So it's a bit of a give and a take, a push and a pull. We want to enhance the tourism in Henry County. We want people to have nice places to go in the county, to have their weddings, to have their bachelorette parties. We want to allow farmers, instead of them maybe selling to a developer to do a bunch of houses, maybe instead I do a winery with a vineyard. And it increase the tourism capital in the county. So again, it's a give and pull, it's a give and a take, but I think we've drafted something here that should work. And if it doesn't, I'm happy to go back to the drawing board again. We're just asking for you to support this and approve the amendment as presented, and I'll be happy to take any questions. I'm sorry that was a mouthful. I just wanted to be as clear and concise as possible.
Okay, so this is a public hearing, and those wishing to speak in favor have a collective total of 10 minutes to address the board. Also, those that are in opposition likewise have 10 minutes collectively to address the board.
How you doing, sir?
Please state your name and where you live.
Gresham. I reside on Rocky Creek Drive. And with all due respect, I've lived the dream of having an event venue in my backyard, less than 600 feet from my back door. And the 15-acre minimum won't fix that, because the lot next door to me is 15 acres, meets all the requirements you set forward, 15 acres. No matter where they put that, they're going to be less than, even closer to me than the guy was that was behind me. I have a problem with the fact that you have rules now and you're not enforcing them. The people that went ahead and had the events anyway, without regard to the fact they were not allowed to have more than 5 a year, not more than one a month, shouldn't have been allowed to go on. And even if you were to call, there's nobody in code enforcement that's around in the middle of the night to come check on something like that. So it's always he said, she said. If you're gonna do this, you need to put some teeth in it, so that if people don't accept the rules, then they don't do that. The other thing is I don't really think that you should have event venues in RA districts. That's the residential part, residential. Nobody wants to be living next to an event venue or next to a winery, really, because that's nothing but a glorified bar. They just don't serve liquor and beer, they serve wine instead. You can get just as hammered on wine as you can on beer or alcohol, any other kind of alcohol. So I realize you got to do something, but I think you need to put a little more thought into that. And I'm no offense intended, sir, because I know you've put a lot of effort into it, but it needs to have teeth. It needs to be something that was going to protect the people that live in the RA districts. People live there because that's where they wanted to be. They wanted to be out in the middle of an open area and be able to hear the birds and watch the deer walk by and the turkeys walk by and whatever else walk by. That's basically what we do, is enjoy that. And when they fire up the band, well, it wasn't a band, really. Well, it was a band. It could be a band or a DJ. It didn't matter. They all had megawatt amps or something. And all the wildlife cleared out at that point for several days afterwards, because they didn't know what to do about it either. So I don't know what you can do to fix that. I'm pretty sure that you're not going to not allow it, but you need to have some controls on it. You need to put teeth in the controls, and you need to enforce that vigorously. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, Board, for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jocelyn Williams. I live at 190 Banks Drive, Stockbridge, Georgia. I'm in opposition of the ordinance being changed. My reason is, if we're going to do coding, and code enforcement is an actual place where people call in and have people come out. If you can't call code enforcement at night, you can dial 911 and there's an ordinance for noise. If we follow what's already in the law, a lot of things would not have to happen. I'm here tonight because I saw on Nextdoor they are advertising. If you want to know more about your community, you can come out to the meetings, and now that I know that they're open, I'll be coming out every month to make sure I voice my opinion. If I'm under an RA, I do not want anything next to me or near me with noise, or a venue where someone has a beautiful garden and they're making wine. They have a right to come and speak, and we have a right to come and oppose. This is what the law is all about, us coming together, and then we have a wonderful board of commissioners who have been trained, and whatever they say, that's what we will follow. It is the law. We might not like it. If you say that this ordinance stands, I will honor what they say, but I'm coming to the meetings every month and listen to my commissioners in Henry County. Listen, watch, go back, talk, go on retreats, and when they come and give us the final answer, I'm so grateful as a school teacher that that is what we follow. So I'm in opposition. If it's an RA and you want to change the law, that's what we're doing. If there's noise, if it's loud, 2 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock at night, I'm going to dial 911. What does that do? It protects us. The Board of Commissioners can go and look. How many people are in opposition? 2. How many people in opposition? 2,000. We need to give them data so that they can make intelligent decisions. That's why they are on the Board of Commissioners. And whatever you say, I will follow. I am grateful for this forum, but we, the people, have to get up and help. If you don't like something, you have to come and voice it. Once again, I am so grateful and thankful for the commissioners, for those who want to make change, and thank you for letting me speak.
Good evening. My name is James Garner. I stay off of Gardner Road in Henry County. I've been here for about 25 years. And I'd like to say first, thank you. I think this is an excellent report, a great attempt. And I want to make sure that everybody understands when I say an attempt to rectify something that we don't have our hands around in Henry County. And that appears to be a lot of things that we don't have our hands around in Henry County. I think just the fact that there are some things that weren't addressed in this means that you probably need to say the same thing you said earlier when you talked about the salary report, that you need to look at it. Because if you're going to have something in place and you don't even have code enforcement to make sure that it works the way it needs to work, then it's not going to work. Again, I think it was a good attempt. I think it needs a lot more work, and I have the expectations that you at the commission, you as the commissioners, will say that it needs more work. It's a start, and sometimes we have to, as we say, take baby steps. But you have to be very careful, because you can't continue to take baby steps. It's a good attempt, but it needs a lot more work and a lot more in-depthness to it if we're going to try to make it work. Thank you.
Okay, this concludes the, okay.
Hi, my name is Mark Stevens. I live on Rocky Creek Drive. I just want to reiterate what Mike had said earlier. As a region, we worked hard to get the problems resolved in 2017 or whenever it was. It worked for a few months. in the last couple of years, every Friday, Saturday, even Sunday, loud music all night long, past midnight, past 1 o'clock. It just goes on and on. Nothing happens. Really, I don't know that there's anybody we can call to do anything to get it done. There's nothing working. It's just a problem. 15 acres isn't big enough. I do agree with what he said, a lot of his input, but it's not big enough. He needs to think bigger. Thanks.
Okay, so this concludes the public hearing. Does the board have any additional questions? Commissioner Wilson.
Go back to the standards recommended. I think it was the 4.03, that one right there. It's a 500-foot minimum lot width, but what's the road frontage?
The road frontage, so the minimum road frontage for any property in Henry County is 60 feet of road frontage. So what happens is you have these things called flag lots. Flag lots allow 60 feet of road frontage so you can get behind other properties and then expand out to your minimum lot width once you get far enough back.
So what concerns me on flag lots, there's houses beside the driveway. They can be on either side of the driveways. So when you go to these 15-acre tracts and you pass in other properties, well, one of the reasons the ordinance was written back in 17 was because the noise and the dust that it caused the property owners with the amount of traffic coming up and down the driveway. So with the 60-foot road frontage, this is going to be the same issue. You're going to have noise and dust if you have houses on both sides of a driveway with a 60-foot road frontage. Now, we're serving alcohol. We're allowing people to serve alcohol. You're going to drive to a place, you're going to serve alcohol, then you're going to leave. Now, if we're going to allow a event center to do this, maybe we should put in the standard where they should have a police officer. They hire a police officer for each event. That way, it controls the noise. It controls the amount of alcohol that's going to be consumed at the event, and we can get these events, they can end at a reasonable time. That would be my recommendations.
Yes, sir. So there are a couple of ways to solve your road frontage issue. We could put another road frontage minimum in here. You can make it as big as you want, really. You can increase it to 100, 150. You could increase it to where road frontage needs to be 500 and your lot width needs to match. But if you want that recommendation in there, then I can put that in there.
I think the driveways need to be away from other structures. It's adjacent to these properties to where they will not be disturbed. And I think if these driveways can be 150 feet from other structures, that may be a starting point.
So the minimum road frontage, the minimum lot width for RA zoning outright is 175. So how would you feel about 175?
That sounds good to me.
As far as the hiring security or a police officer for each event, I don't know the legal ramifications of that. I don't know if that's like a private officer. It doesn't sound like a bad idea considering they'll have to pay some Henry County officers to do it. So that's something we can look into as well. But I'll have to get with our legal team to discuss how that will work.
Yeah, it would probably help relieve some liability from the property owner as well.
Yes, sir.
Doesn't it have a time that things have to stop?
Yes.
Isn't there a time?
So as it's written, so the original code, it didn't have that teeth in it because it wasn't tied to the noise ordinance that we have now. And it didn't specify that events would need to be shut down by 10 p.m. like this amendment does. So we tried to address that issue by doing that. I want to take a step back and defend our code enforcement and police because they work really hard. And you heard that we have a shortage of employees. There's a lot of positions open. So they do the best they can, but a lot of these things don't get caught until somebody calls the police officer or code enforcement. So that's something we can work on as well. But I don't want to say that there's a ineptitude there. It's just they can only respond to what the calls they get. And if we don't get those calls consistently, we don't know where the problems are. This will help us track down where all the event facilities are, though, and it will limit the amount that can actually go there because there'll be more than 3 acres, and they still have to go in front of the zoning advisory board. So those are my comments towards that.
So I guess when we're talking about requiring an establishment to have security or police, then we need to require all businesses that sell alcohol. Because you can go to Longhorns and have a drink and still have to and still drive home. So, you know, if that's going to be a requirement for one, then it needs to be a requirement for everybody that sells alcohol. People are adults and they should be responsible drivers, or they should not be driving while they're drinking. Commissioner Lewis.
No, I guess so. Currently, as it stands, event facilities, they do not have a cutoff time as far as when their events are supposed to cease.
So technically, everything has a noise ordinance. Everything has to apply to the noise ordinance, but I think putting it in the ULDC gives code enforcement and the police a little bit more teeth and saying, like, look, it's right here. There's no discrepancy. 10 p.m., you got to go. So that's how we as planners would address that. Now, we can have conversation with code enforcement and police to see if there's a better way to do that, but that's my attempt at trying to fix that situation.
Okay. Thank you.
But right now, it's not in the ULDC, and the noise ordinance, it can only do so much.
Mr. Anger.
Couple of questions. Thank you, Vaughn. First, yeah, I'll defend code enforcement. They've been a huge help in District 3, so I don't want to feel that they're getting pushed at all. In Appendix A, could we get the definition of lodge included in there?
I think lodges already has a definition, but I will circle back with that and double check. And if it doesn't, I'll put one in there.
Yeah,
but I think it's already in the appendix as it exists.
Okay, it's not in the one that we received here. That's the only reason I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
So if we could get the definition of lodge in there, because that can vary. The other question I have is about wineries. And it says a winery which makes 40% of its annual production from agricultural produce grown in the state where the winery is located. My concern with that verbiage is this. There's a North Georgia winery that opened up another location down in Valdosta, Georgia. It did not last very long, and they met all the minimum requirements there in Valdosta and ended up closing their doors. Now they're there with a shell of a building and like 5 rows of vines. With that, I would like to say a minimum production of each vineyard as far as acreage, if that is possible, and we can talk about that later.
Yes, sir.
That's where that concern comes from. I'd hate to see someone open up a shell here in our county only for the purpose of trying to be a liquor store.
Understood. So I'll take the time to sit down with each of you and get all those concerns on paper. A ULDC amendment of this gravity, I don't think everyone will be happy, but I think we can find a medium where we just don't have wineries at all or event facilities in RA. So I think that's something we can work on. I'm thankful for your responses. Commissioner Thomas and Commissioner Wilson reached out to me earlier when I sent the ordinance as well, and I was able to answer a couple of their questions. So thank you for being responsive on that as well. And I will yield my time.
So are we?
I think at this point, Chair, a motion would need to be made to either table it, approve it, or deny it.
Okay.
Make a motion that we table this until the April 28th meeting?
18.
18. Meeting?
Okay, got a motion and second. No further discussion, all in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is RZ 21-35.
RZ 21-35, Alliance Residential Company of Atlanta, Georgia, requests the rezoning from M1 Light Manufacturing and C2 General Commercial to RM Multifamily Residential for property located on Highway 155 west of Greenwood Industrial Parkway and land lots 254 of the 7th District. The property consists of 47.438 plus or minus acres, and the request is for a multifamily apartment development, District 5, presented by Kamal Al-Salam, Interim Assistant Director.
Could you put my vote down as abstain for this last thing? Thank you.
The subject property is highlighted on green on each of the maps and is surrounded by various zonings and future land use designations. This is a timeline of events from the inception of this project up till now. They reached out to staff to do a pre-application meeting on October 12, 2021. They submitted their application on November 2nd, 2021. The plan and review meeting, which is a meeting with all of our development departments, was held on December 1st, 2021, and the project was recommended approval by the Zoning Advisory Board on January 20th, 2022. So, as you can see, this project has been around for a little while now. This slide shows the latest site plan received by staff. This is the second or third iteration of the site plan. We've worked with the developer to remove some of the impervious surface on the property, not have as much parking to where it's just so much concrete and not as much green space, and also the orientation of the buildings. The applicant is requesting to rezone 47.58 plus or minus acres from M1 Light Industrial and C2 General Commercial to RM Multifamily Residential for the purpose of a multifamily residential development. The future land use designation of the property is mixed use, and that does support the RM zoning district. Per the application materials, the applicant is proposing an 11-building, 330-unit apartment-style rental community with a density of 7.92 dwelling units per acre. In the future land use designation of mixed use, the maximum density is 16 units per acre. This would be 7.92. A large portion of the western part of the property will be dedicated to open space, as there are stream buffers and wetlands back here. The C2 portion of the property, which is right along this line, so everything here, is within the boundaries of the Highway Corridor Overlay District, thus making it appropriate to have the whole development meet Highway Corridor standards, pending rezoning. The development has increased buffer standards by condition and by site plan. So these are undisturbed buffers, all this deep green here. And will be required to preserve right-of-way for future GDOT widening of Highway 155. As zoned currently, this property could develop a logistics center or a warehouse with commercial outparcels along Highway 155. This is a rendering of the buildings that the applicant is proposing on the property. The two front buildings here would contain more brick stone, while these buildings have a mix of brick stone and hardy board. So we wanted these buildings here, well, we suggested that the buildings fronting Highway 155 give a more stoic look. This is our infrastructure and public safety slide. Here you can see that there is comments from different departments. Primarily fire. This will be McDonough Fire Station number 52, unless things have changed since. The school board has comments as well. These comments from the school board tend to be a bit inflated. It's worst case scenario. If we jam 2 kids in each apartment, that's how they get those numbers. Henry County SPLOST is starting construction and road improvements on Greenwood Industrial Parkway and State Route 155, which should be completed now. I'm not 100% sure on that. And they are required to preserve right-of-way. So on January 20th, the Zoning Advisory Board recommended approval of the applicant's request with staff conditions. Staff currently recommends approval with the 31 conditions in your exhibit book. Condition 3 specifically ensures that the developer may not apply for any permits until the multifamily moratorium has been lifted. And I'll be happy to take any questions. Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to make sure, just talking about the amount of green space, what amount of green space, what acreage is the amount of green space, or percentage of the acreage of the property?
So based on their site plan, the amount of open space provided, which includes their ponds and their streams, is about 32 acres.
32 acres,
Yes,
out
sir.
of 47, correct?
I'm sorry.
Out of 47?
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay.
So that's open spacing. So all this green. I thought it important because the first plan they had, and I think the developer has that plan, it was a lot more impervious surface, and I think we're just kind of getting away from that. So we increased that greenery, and I believe that the applicant is agreeing with all 31 conditions as well.
Can you put the conditions up, please?
Yes, ma'am.
And so we have a choice between a warehouse or apartments.
And the developer will speak to, they'll speak to this when they present, but they wanted to bring a product that was not affordable housing, but more affordable than what we've been doing recently, especially considering people that work at these warehouses, Luxottica, need places to live. And I think they've done a pretty decent job about bringing us a product that could do that. So again, like you said, Chair, we can have Luxottica Part 2, or we can have some houses for even our citizens to live in, and our employees as well.
Okay, all right, so this is a public hearing. Those wishing to speak in favor of the request, including the applicant, will have a collective total of 10 minutes to address the board.
Mr. Aslam, thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of the Board of Commissioners, thank you very much for your time. My name is Andy Welch. I'm representing Alliance in this residential development that we have before you this evening. I will introduce to you, as you've heard from staff, the project has been recommended for approval by the staff, has been recommended by approval by the Zoning Advisory Board. We have made numerous revisions to the plan that I will go over towards the end of the presentation. But this would be, this of course is located right in the industrial corridor, and there is high-density townhome housing adjoining to this property, as well as subdivisions around it. But the percentage of open space that will be protected is about 60% of the land will be utilized in pocket parks and preserved open space and buffers all around the property, which will be very good to buffer this property off from residential subdivisions to the west. With that, what I'll do is introduce to you Mr. Noah Randall. He's the Managing Director of Alliance Residential, and he'll walk you through this presentation, then I'll follow up with some additional items. Mr. Randall.
Hello. Thank you for having us, and we appreciate all the thoughtful input and the forum to speak with you and your very impassioned constituents tonight. So thank you. So just, I'll try not to take up too time. or too much time, but Andy mentioned I'm the Managing Director of Development and Construction for Alliance Residential in the state of Georgia and the state of Tennessee. Who's Alliance Residential? Well, we're a big company. We're a national company. We're one of the biggest. And I only say that to say that it speaks to the strength and stability we have, certainly right now, when there's so much question in capital markets. We do what we say we're going to do. We've done it since 2001. We've never given a project back to the bank. We've never left it undeveloped, like you've seen at other times of stress. And because of that, we are one of the biggest, one of the most well-respected. And what that means to you here in Henry County is we build quality. We don't want to do one project here. We want to be partners for the long term. So why are we here then? Big developer, why are we in Henry County? We were really attracted specifically by this opportunity. We're always looking for an opportunity to deliver value to a community, not to insert ourselves in that community, but to do something that is different, that's tailored to the individual place in that community, that acknowledges the diverse workforce here in Henry County, the rich kind of base of not just employment, but people that really care about living here. And we believe that we have an opportunity to give them a place to grow their lives here and ultimately be a stepping stone to home ownership. So we just, on this map here in yellow, that's the site we're talking about. Just one thing while we've got it zoomed out I want to highlight is this is a rare opportunity for us to take 47 acres, only develop about a third of that, and really serve as a transition from the extremely intense east side of this road and be a transition. Kamal mentioned we're using 7 units per acre. That's lower than a lot of townhome developments. It's very low density. To transition from that really intense industrial corridor, I think most people are familiar with the kind of 18-wheeler traffic and things like that are on there, serve as a transition, and also, while we're at it, install a new light to help with some safety concerns and things like that that exist today. So these are just some pictures of, just to orient you. So we're kind of right at the intersection there where Luxottica is. It's very, and then bottom right here on the slide is our neighbor, which is currently, that's the existing condition. That's not part of the property. So this is really what we're looking to buffer from kind of the bottom right, the bottom left, what's there, to, the bottom right, the top left, to the bottom left, which is the neighboring single-family communities. Again, more just kind of getting you oriented if you're familiar with this stretch of 155. So this was the previous site plan. We've really appreciated the thoughtful input. It's been great to work with your staff and also the commissioners to make this better. This is where we started. Still a lot of open space, but you can see we had the clubhouse kind of up on the street. There was a lot of room for improvement. So what we did is we beefed up. I'll do that one more time. So we beefed up the amount of green space in between those buildings. 68% of the area is open space. So like Kamal said, that's going to be trees, grass, and a lot of undisturbed. So maintaining those buffers, bringing density up onto the street, giving that, acknowledging that you're across from a big warehouse, but trying to convey some residential there too. So a lot of brick and stone up on the street, and then really doing something which we think is pretty special, giving a low density, a quiet community, if I dare say it, in the midst of kind of all this, all the traffic and kind of craziness that is this really strong industrial corridor. So yeah, I just want to take a step back and just say we're here because we have an opportunity to do something special. I strongly believe that when you look at all the other new development that's gone on throughout Henry County, that all has a place. And this is the part that's been missing. We do a lot of different levels of density. We do high rises in town. We do lower density out of town. And so this is really tailored toward that and toward the people that live and work here in Henry County. And then Kamau already showed the representative rendering. One of our conditions is to go back to the Architectural Review Committee. And then here are just some slides on kind of typical amenities. This is projects we've done throughout the Southeast. Kind of everything you'd expect: business center, full gym, pool, mail facilities, things like that. And then just continuing on through, these are the project, these are what our units feel like. So wood plank flooring, stainless steel appliances, granite countertops, 9-foot ceilings, not the kind of 20, 30-year-old apartments that you're used to seeing with some of the vintage product. And then I'll kick it back over to Andy if you have anything to add. And of course, we're up here if you have any questions.
So commissioners, you saw in the original site plan, this was a sort of a long straight run of parking and impervious surface that was to the north here. That has been broken up at the request of staff and discussions with the county on that issue. And we've broken up and put these pocket parks into the development. And we also put the clubhouse here. So you have the boulevard entrance that goes into the clubhouse, the office center, the pool, etc. All that will be here, so that Noah was explaining that here. It was up here at the front. That's been moved back into the development, giving it a much more private feel. It does have two entrances here. The main entrance will be the boulevard entrance right here across from Greenwood at that intersection. So that will maximize the traffic flow for that area, and then a exit right here that will be out south of 155 too, so secondary access point. It will be gated. No, is that correct?
Yes.
And so it will be a gated apartment complex. The makeup of the apartments themselves is 50-50, 2-bedroom and 1-bedroom. So this is geared towards your professionals that are starting out in their work lives, which makes sense for this particular area of Henry County. In addition to that, I did want to point out, when you're looking back at that larger map with the industrial area, and I think I can go back to it very quickly, I will point out that recently we've had a large-scale developer, it's actually a manufacturing facility, to be located probably not even 1.5 miles from this location, will be at this area here. A window manufacturing facility is slated to go in here and be built in this area here, and that's taking Greenwood, and you're right there. So in terms of this area and in terms of providing for workforce and housing for workforce, this is an ideal location to supply workforce housing for all of this area here, as well as what's to come just south of it. So with those items, I'll take any questions that you may have concerning the project, but we hope that you will give your favorable consideration to the project. And Kamau was correct. We have agreed to all the conditions that staff has recommended for this project.
Thank you. So as we continue with the public hearing, anyone wishing to come and speak in opposition have a collective total of 10 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Cynthia Jewell, and I live at Traditions at Crystal Lake, and I am also a proud graduate of Leadership Henry class of 2018. I come to you as an educator. Schools are a microcosm of their community. I am sure that you are well aware of those cities in our county that have the most populated apartment complexes. These schools, which I will not name, have the lower ratings according to the Governor's Office of Student Achievement, as well as more discipline issues. Prospective home buyers look for neighborhoods based on schools. If you want to improve schools or protect additional schools from having a negative connotation, do not approve any additional apartments. I encourage you to drive through the current apartment complexes that are located in certain cities, as I have done. I am certain that when those apartments were voted upon, when the developers came up here, they showed the same beautiful photos and had the same testimonies. As I stated last week, these developers will be nowhere to be found once the trash, crime, and less favorable citizens arrive. Protect our schools, protect our community, and limit the number of apartments that are allowed to come into Henry County.
Aloha, Joshua Eckhoff, Walnut Creek, 341, McDonough. So, reviews speak 1,000 words. They have all these great photos, all these great plans. I look them up real fast, and you've got their company in Texas over here. I'll show y'all. Check this out. So where's the camera? Y'all got me? So this is their Houston office, 1.8 stars. You go to their reviews, and it's just like the young ladies say. Once they build it, you can't get in contact with nobody. Right here. You're better off renting from other people. I moved in. When I moved out, I was still charged $1,700. They got my bank account on file. So then I took some photos, and I brought up their Atlanta offices, and it's the same thing. 1-star review, complaint after complaint, photos after photos that they put are not on here. So more reviews, 1 star, they don't deserve or they don't deliver everything they preach. So just wanted to bring that to y'all's attention, because I know you can't turn them away because our schools are overcrowded. I know you can't turn them away without being sued because our roads are overcrowded. But crime, like you said, our 2 fire trucks are in the shop. So if these places catch fire, they're on their own. Griffin had a natural disaster, and we only have 2 heating locations. Like, we're not thinking long term. If an actual event happens, these reviews speak for themselves. Everything that I found, they look good in theory, but they're not built like they are in Marietta, So I yield back my time for any other constituents. Thank you for all you do.
Good evening, Board Chair. Jamal Avery again, 504 Shays Walk. When this original site plan was proposed, I spoke in opposition. I'm still in opposition of this proposed development and all apartment developments in Henry County. We have grown tired of apartments. And you guys, time after time, tell us it's for workforce, it's for this person, it's for that person. But a very good point was made. When those targeted crowds don't move into those apartment units, who's left to move into those apartments? It's about money. And when they can't rent them at $2,000 a month, they have a rent special and knock them down to $1,500 a month. So the person who was targeted to pay $2,000 a month, he don't even want to live there anymore because it's infested with trash, it's infested with crime. You have the police there every other day, the gate is broken. All of these things. We are tired of apartments in Henry County. We don't want not one more development of apartments built in Henry County. And if you guys sit up there and listen to us meeting after meeting after meeting say this, then I ask that you step down if you cannot listen to your constituents. We are tired. And I'm here every other meeting preaching the same thing to each and every board member up here. I am tired. We are tired. Our students are not safe. Our roads are not safe. We do not have a livelihood in Henry County that we can enjoy. And I yield my time to the rest of my neighbors.
Hi, I'm Lisa Ward. I live at 771 Peninsula Overlook in Crystal Lake. I am opposed to this plan here. One of the first things that we should have recognized is when he said that we are a big company. That's the big telltale sign right there. I don't know if you guys are aware or do any reading about these big companies that are buying up all of this property and building all of these big, huge places. But I am an investor as well, but I do houses. And I don't have the deep pockets to build something this large. But what I can tell you is that whenever I put up one of my places for rent, I get 1 million applicants. Why? Because these big monstrosities go up and they do nothing to maintain them. I get people coming to me saying, my roof is falling, my toilet is leaking, my AC does not work, and these big companies that are all over the United States do not do anything to try to repair them. And then if the tenant does not pay, they take them to court and evict them. And you want somebody to stay in a place where it's hot, where the toilets are running over, where the ceiling is falling. When he said that, I said I have to get up and speak because we do not need this in our neighborhood. And I don't know what's going on in District 5, but I'm inclined to believe that we are the only district in Henry County. Because every time I look up, there's somebody trying to build in District 5. I thought we had 5 districts, not 1, and we keep getting District 5. Why? I don't understand this. That's a no. We don't want that.
Thank you, Board, for your time this evening. My name is Brian Roundtree, and I live on Chambers Road. My parents have been here since 1982 and just recently passed. So I've seen growth in this community. I've been up and down Chambers Road when it was a red mud and gravel, and I've slid off into ditches and everything else. And there's so much traffic that goes through there now. I wish it was a red dirt road again. But anyway, I appreciate your time, and I'm of the opposition of any more apartments, and as far as placing more dense type apartments on top of things just to do that, I'm not in favor for it. Again, the drawings and everything are beautiful. It's much better than I could do, but how are we looking outside, and how is this affecting community, schools, families? I mean, my family, I wish I could put a picture of them up here. And I'm sure there are other families as well that have grown up in Henry County and grown up in a great place, and I'm so thankful for it. But I will say that I did grow up in Clayton County, and I got to see a lot of this as a young man before I moved here. In my career, I've lived in different states and this and that, but since my parents moved here, I've considered Henry County my home. I'm back now permanently, but I also know there's a reason why I don't live in Clayton County. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Boyd. Thank you again.
You got 10 seconds.
190 Banks Drive. I'm in opposition. We need to all get together so we can find a solution. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Kamal, and where's the applicant? Can you talk about the conditions that have been placed on this particular development?
So, one of the more important ones is condition 3. Well, let me actually go back here. Great. So, like I stated before, condition number 3 ensures that they can't pull any permits until the development, until the multifamily moratorium has been resolved. They have to do a traffic impact study. They're agreeing to preserve 70 feet of right-of-way from the 70 feet of right-of-way for future widening. The development should be walkable with sidewalks as required by Highway Corridor Overlay District. Residential uses should be limited to resort-style apartments. And I'll cycle through these a little slower. I apologize. It's a lot to read. It is required to be gated. They do have to do an architectural review committee, so they won't be able to just put up anything. We, as in building department, planning and zoning, have to take a look at it before they even pull permits. These are some of their amenities: fitness facility, club or game room, walking trails, office space for the residents. They have to put in 50% of the required amenities shall be provided and built before 50% of the apartment units have been issued, and that's something staff handles internally. They have to have pocket parks, which connect to sidewalks and residential area and amenity centers. There's watershed protection conditions, 40-foot buffer around the entire development, and I think on their site plan, those buffers are actually more. So at that point, if the site plan was approved, then that would trump this 40-foot undisturbed buffer as well. So that's kind of brief. A lot of these conditions are on a lot of our rezonings for multifamily uses. And while we're on that lens, you'll see in another rezoning as well, there are a ton of conditions. We're in the process of trying to stop having so many conditions by putting development standards in the ULDC so that we're not repeating so much. Rather, it's just the law, and that's what it is. And you'll still be able to add conditions to future rezonings if this ULDC amendment is approved, but we can get more into that later. But staff, we're especially tired of having to write so many conditions so that we can ensure that developments actually look nice and do what they're supposed to do. In the past, we've had less conditions, we get crappy product. So now we've gone to the stage where we're just going to put it in the big book and you're going to have to abide by it. And then the commissioners will probably make it even tougher on you. So that's kind of what we've been going through. It's been a process. So that's kind of a brief overlay of the conditions. And I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the specific ones or add any if you'd like.
So I've heard a lot of conversation about schools. I've heard a lot of conversations about roads and traffic. You just said that there has to be a traffic impact study done. Do we get letters from the schools saying that the impact that it will have on the schools?
Yes, ma'am. So that information is provided, and full disclosure, this section here, the school, since this project has been done, when they submitted their first school letter, the schools have actually changed their algorithm on how they calculate these kind of things. So in theory, if a development is only allowing 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, you will have kids, but it's not exactly tailored towards families either. So I will take these numbers with a grain of salt, just with a grain of salt, because, yeah. So that is pretty much everything. We hope that GDOT widens this road in the near future. That's why they're setting aside right-of-way.
Okay, so I ask for you all to be respectful, or you will be asked to leave. Go ahead, come on.
So that's what this slide is for. Basically, other departments' input. And we look at all of these things. You know, we evaluate each request. I think now much better than was done before. because we don't have a choice. So we've looked at all these things, and staff is recommending approval. We can't deny things based solely off of traffic. I know that's a concern, but I think SPLOST and DOT and Georgia DOT are doing their best to catch up on those things. So do you have any questions specifically about conditions?
I don't. Does any of the commissioners have any questions? Commissioner Angler?
I don't have any other conditions. Well, I just want to make sure I understand a couple things. In review, and I believe you said this does follow the FLUME. Is that correct, future land use map?
Yes, sir. Future land use map is mixed use.
Just want to make sure the folks understand that. And with that being said, they could have put a total of 16 units per acre, but I want to make sure I understand that they have proposed 7.92 per acre. Is that correct?
So part of the reason that that density is lower is because there is a lot of natural floodplain wetlands that needs to be protected. It just has to. So they've taken this property, which is much larger, and shrunk down the density. Medium density residential gets up to 6 units per acre net. High density is 16. There's no density in between that, which is something that we're trying to correct in our comp plan update, by the way. So these are things that we are thinking of, right? But we can only take what we have right now. And I think these 31 conditions should suffice to bring a good product.
So if we don't look at doing this, our other option is?
Warehouse, Lozada 2, with more trucks.
Just want to make sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Wilson.
So at the very beginning of the meeting, I heard you either got the choice of warehouse, multifamily. So when you have those options, me as a board member, I have to look at the impact of services for both of them. Multifamily requires a lot of county services. They require police, fire, code enforcement. Of course, DOT is on a state road, so that would be a state issue. But you're going to traffic from a warehouse versus a multifamily. Then you got impact on schools. So I had to look at public safety. They increase call volumes about 10% a year. And the reason for that, a lot of that call volume is based on the residential, single family and multifamily that's been brought to the county. And so me as a board member, I would say I would support keeping it to an M1 of the warehouse. I'm not saying that's what needs to go there, but if that's my options, because of the impact of county services that goes along with a multifamily or single family product.
Yes, sir.
So currently right now is zone what?
It's zone M1, and most of it is zone M1 towards the back, the western piece, and then there is, I'll go to the zoning maps. So the zoning map is this one here. So it's kind of hard to see because it's hashed in green, but this line here is C2, I believe, and all of this back here is M1.
So it could be warehouse and commercial?
Yes, ma'am. You could do both. You could have, some commercial lots up front, fronting Lozada, and 155, and then you could have a warehouse behind it. And that's not to say that that's what's going to happen, right? This property is still empty for a reason. So those are just the immediate options. It's already zoned without conditions because it's been zoned like this forever. So if you do get a warehouse, they can just put it in as long as they meet code, and you can't put your hands over it to make sure it's at least a really good warehouse.
So that was my question. So if a warehouse was decided to be put there, we have zero input.
They can come into the county offices tomorrow, apply for permits, and you would never, I mean, we'd obviously show it to you because you're the commissioner, but you wouldn't have any legal input on it. No, sir.
What about the commercial piece?
Same case.
So we wouldn't be able to do any conditions on the warehouse or commercial piece?
No, ma'am, because they wouldn't come to you for a rezoning.
Because it's already zoned?
Right. Best case scenario, you get a developer that actually wants to do the right thing from the jump, which I'm not entirely confident in. Apologize. So, yeah, it is an overlay, by the way. So that's one thing. It's in the overlay, so there are prohibited uses. They have different standards, but again, you wouldn't make any further decision on it. It would then just be up to staff.
So it'd be a warehouse with more trucks tearing up the roads, even worse than what they are. And this has a lot to do with what? Because we haven't done an overhaul since 2018?
I would say so, yes, ma'am.
And so that's why it's important that we do an update,
yes, ma'am,
on our comprehensive plan so that we can get a better control of how we move forward.
Yes, and it's important that we update the ULDC to put these standards in there so that we could do even more to protect the county.
So legally, where does that put us if we, County Attorney Nancy, where does that put us if we were to deny the zoning,
well, I'll just go through the process. So
okay.
basically, if we deny their zoning, Mr. Welch has already provided me his constitutional right documentation. They'll have the option to file a petition in court, and the board would basically have to show that basically Georgia basically they don't like putting limitations on landowners.
Okay, I can't hear you. So
I'm sorry,
okay.
Chair. Basically, I'm just going to explain the process. So if you deny the zoning today, what will eventually happen, or they have the option to do, is file a petition in Superior Court to see if the Board of Commissioners have violated any of their constitutional rights or processes. I believe Mr. Welch, legal assistant, sent me a copy of their constitutional right documentation today. And basically what the court looks at is whether or not the Board of Commissioners' decision in denying their rezoning is arbitrary or capricious. And if the court does find that it is, then what ends up happening is they're able to get their property rezoned. Now, I don't believe that they can rezone it without conditions, so that becomes the issue. And that's not to say whether or not how the court will weigh it, but that's basically the process.
When will the new future land use map be done?
October.
What date?
It would have to be approved at the October BOC meeting. So whatever meeting that is, that's our deadline for ARC is October. If we can get it done sooner, we'd like to, but we're already on a really aggressive timeline.
But that wouldn't apply to anything that has already been presented to us, or no?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes. All right.
It's certainly a difficult decision. I don't envy anyone sitting up there to make these tough decisions. But what staff tries to do is, and what we've tried to get better at and do a better job at, especially in these recent years with so much growth, is condition these projects to be the best that they can be. I can't speak for everything that came in the past. I can't speak for everything that came before our time, but we're trying to make things better. So we're attacking it from different ways, through the ULDC, through the comp plan, through all these conditions, which are frankly a pain to write. But that's how we try to tackle these situations. But ultimately, we're just a recommending party.
Many of the issues that we have now on Jonesboro Road was, prior to several of us even being here. And so you know, now we're in a position that we have to redo the ULDC to try to get a grip on something that probably should have been done some time ago. And we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation today, whether we go with a warehouse or whether we go with apartments, whether we take the chance on being sued and not having any say if they win, or having say now.
So with all that being said, Kamal, Mr. Kirk, I want to say first of all thank you for dealing with me. You know, I know for Alliance and Mr. Welch, I know that you all have been doing this for about 2 years. I know it's been a 2-year progression, and I know me just coming in a few weeks ago, I know I've had a lot of conversations and a lot of questions and a lot of conditions that I want to put on the project. So I appreciate you dealing with me, but the reason why I was and am, not just this project, but with the rest of the agenda, is it is very important to me. I listen to my constituents, but I have to weigh what could potentially happen and what is more than likely to happen against what can we do with the best product we can put in these parcels of land that we have. The best way to have combated this would have been to change the future land use map years ago. So this is like coming into a project, you start something that is due in 2 weeks, but the rest of the team has been working on it for 4 years. And so you do the best you can and try to do the best thing for the community. So, you know, I do want to impart that upon everybody here. We are trying to do the best thing for Henry County. We are trying to change the ULDC. We are trying to change the future land use map. So, you know, we show up every day and we have to make, these are tough decisions. You know, not with this one, but with the next project that's going to come up for the board. I live 3 miles from there. So I sit in the same traffic. I deal with the same issues. I get mad some mornings when I pass by certain developments. It pisses me off. I'm just going to be honest. You know, because I'm just like, you know, why in the world is that development here? But not to belabor the point, I think you all have done the best thing you can do for this piece of property. I think this is the best use of this piece of property. We are swimming in 18-wheelers on 155. I know 155 is going to be widened by the time that this, you know, this project comes up. But our roads are horrible at this point. And it costs millions and millions of dollars to repair the roads. And not just repair the roads, just our residents sitting in traffic and the loss of life with some of the accidents that we have had in this quarter. So with that being said, if there is no further discussion, I just wanted to put that out there. I do move to approve this project as it is with the 31 conditions, because I think that is the best use of the land and what we can do with what we've been presented. So I do move to approve at this time.
Okay, so I got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second. There's no further discussion. All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah, y'all might want to get out of there.
Next item on the agenda is RZ-21-36.
Good evening again. RZ 2136, Hetch Walker Jordan PC of Stockbridge, Georgia, requests a rezoning from C2 General Commercial and O&I Office Institutional to MU Mixed Use for property located on Jonesboro Road, east of Chambers Road, and land lot 109 of the 6th District. The property consists of 21.5 plus or minus acres, and the request is for a mixed townhome, apartment, and commercial development, District 5, presented by Kamal Assalam, Interim Assistant Director. The subject property is highlighted on green on this map and is surrounded by various zonings and mixed-use and medium-density residential future land use designations. The property has a future land use designation of mixed use, as shown on this map. The intersection of Chambers and Jonesboro Road is the last instance of mixed use or high-density future land use designation on the western side of Jonesboro Road. Here's a timeline of events. On September 22nd, 2021, the applicant had a pre-application meeting with the planning and zoning staff. On October 7th, 2021, a due diligence meeting was held with the county staff. On November 2nd, 2021, application for rezoning was submitted to staff. On November 10th, 2021, planner reviews meeting was held by county staff. On January 20th, 2022, approval was recommended by the Zoning Advisory Board. And on 8/16/2022, this project was tabled by the Board of Commissioners after the public hearing. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from C2 General Commercial and O&I Office Institutional to MU Mixed Use for a 21.62 plus or minus acre mixed use development. The original site plan that was submitted is shown on the screen. On this site plan, the applicant was requesting one commercial outparcel, here in red, 24 townhomes, down here in orange, and 300 apartment units at 15.8 dwelling units per acre net. So that's all the brown there. A revised site plan was submitted after Zoning Advisory Board meeting to include street-level commercial along Jonesboro Road here, and leasing offices fronting Jonesboro Road on the apartment units, 265 units of multifamily apartments, and 78 fee simple townhome units. And fee simple means that they are to own at 15.5 dwelling units per acre net. Again, the mixed use future land use designation allows a net density of up to 16 dwelling units per acre net. This is the proposed renderings for the apartment use and the commercial on the retail floor. The developers wanted to introduce a modern feel with a low slope or flat roofs. And then here we have the townhome portion that is being proposed with the modern farmhouse style shown on the presentation. The property is within the Highway Corridor Overlay District, which requires the developer to install a multi-use path along the right-of-way, which includes street trees, pedestrian lighting, and 8 to 10 foot sidewalks, as well as increased architectural standards. This slide shows the input we've received from various departments regarding infrastructure and public safety. The details of each department's comments can be found in your exhibit books as well as on the overhead. I wanted to take a second to talk about the road conditions. So there's an extension for Flippin Road. Right-of-way acquisition has been completed. SPLOST is waiting on environmental to be completed. They're expected to have that done by July. And they expect to be constructing the Flippin Road extension in October. So that's when construction starts proposed. So that should help with circulation. There is also a Jonesboro Road widening. They're in the preliminary process. They're working on getting the final plans for that widening by December 2023. Right-of-way acquisition to start in January 2024, and construction to start in 2025. On January 20th, 2022, the Zoning Advisory Board recommended approval of the applicant's request to rezone the subject property from C2 and O&I to MU with staff conditions. This property has been rezoned C2 and O&I since about 2004. It's been vacant ever since. On August 16th, the Board of Commissioners tabled the applicant's request following the public hearing. Staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request with a whopping 46 conditions outlined in this presentation. The original report only outlined 44 conditions, so what you have on your desk that Stephanie gave you would only have 44 conditions, and thus the changes being made to staff's conditions are outlined on this slide. Condition 23 will read as shown on the screen. Instead of the average square foot of a one-bedroom apartment should be a minimum of 700 square feet of heated space with an individual minimum of 640. We're just going to make it simple and say 640 square feet of heated space. This condition has given staff issues when it comes to development, so we wanted to just simplify that. And the addition of a condition 45 and 46, which aim to ensure that the townhome development is truly owner-operated and fee simple. Condition 3, again, has the stipulation that it cannot pull any permits until the multifamily moratorium is lifted. And again, it's 46 conditions. I'm happy to talk about some of them. A lot of the conditions in here are things that are, one, already in the ULDC, but were repeated for transparency, particularly involving the Highway Corridor Overlay District. We'd like to get away from this many conditions, which is why we're rewriting the ULDC again to add standards. And again, other conditions are being discussed now by staff. So the conditions in here that align with the 46, those are some of the conditions we're looking to add to the ULDC so we don't have to keep repeating ourselves and having 50 condition rezonings to make the product as best as we know how. So I will go through some of the conditions. They have to preserve right-of-way. They have to get with county, DOT, and SPLOST to make sure that they have enough right-of-way to do the widening. They have to abide by the highway corridor, sidewalks, the street trees, public areas, commercial areas, amenity areas. They have to have interparcel connectivity. Here are some of the residential standards. The apartment component is going to be gated modern style. The first floor of the apartments fronting Jonesboro Road, 66% of that first floor has to be commercial retail, and then the rest 33% will go to leasing space. So when you get that big sidewalk going down Jonesboro Road, people will have access to those commercial uses through that sidewalk, and there will be apartment units on top of it. Here are the minimum square footages. Again, this has been amended to say just 640. It doesn't have the 700 average. Here are the standards for the townhome development. 24 feet per dwelling is the minimum lot width. 1,600 square foot townhomes. The max height is 3 stories. So I'll just keep moving along here. This is more townhome standards. They do have to go through a architectural review process. I think that's a condition that we started putting on almost everything at this point, just because planning staff and building staff want to have eyes on exactly what's being built and make sure that it's consistent with what's being approved. Here are the commercial standards. Here are some prohibited uses. A good chunk of those prohibited uses are also in the Highway Corridor Overlay District. Here are their amenities. They have to have pocket parks with benches, sidewalks. That's another condition that's just going to be in the ULDC if we can get it approved, so we don't have to put it up here at condition 41. Here we have some signage standards. Again, the sign standards, this property was already going to have a master sign plan anyway because of the mixed use standards. And here are those 2 additional conditions that I discussed earlier. So staff is recommending that you vote to approve this project based on these 46 conditions in this presentation, and you should have the updated resolution on your desk as well. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, sir.
So,
Got you.
so just one question. I just want to make sure when I was reviewing this, and so that everybody here can also hear, is this change of use is future land use map in the flume?
Yes, sir. It's mixed use as well.
Mixed use as well for the
and
flume.
when the mixed use future land use was developed, we want to see more of those commercial, retail, true mixed use developments, not just having a building further down the road that's associated with the development. So that original plan had that. We had the developer go back and redraw their plan. Also, I want to point out there's one condition that needs a slight modification. Condition 5, instead of saying they need to preserve right of way, they need to dedicate it. And I will make that noted in the amendments if the project is approved.
Okay. Yeah, the applicant come forward.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Greg Heck, 205 Corporate Center Drive, Stockbridge, Georgia, 30281. We appreciate you entertaining TPA Residential today. I'm appreciative of the opportunity to present this last piece of true mixed use that is planned for this area that will have a look and feel like Town Brookhaven, like Alphalon, like the Alpharetta projects. It is a top-of-the-line project.
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting, but this is for not for a public hearing. He's just here to answer questions.
Oh, I don't.
Okay.
Are you?
We don't have to.
Yeah.
We don't have to present.
Okay, so do you, okay.
It's whatever the chair wants, but I just want to note that it's not a public hearing. It's listed on the documentation or what have you for someone to speak in opposition or against because a public hearing's already had them.
So did you have, okay, did anyone have any specific questions?
I did have some for commodity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mouth is dry.
No problem. Once again, thank you for bearing with me. But I do want to address one thing. So prior to me to becoming commissioner, and from what I heard from a lot of my neighbors and residents of District 5 this week is, and this is what I was told as well. So I was told that there will be no apartments past Firehouse Subs on Jonesboro Road. So I would like for you to address that. I know it was said that there was an agreement, but I think we need to address that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, planning and zoning, we make recommendations based off of one of our guiding books, which is the future land use map. The future land use map doesn't show lower density past Firehouse Sub. Future land use map shows lower density once you get past the Publix. Well, that's me. Well, yes, but the corner of Chambers and Jonesboro Road. So I can't speak to what was promised. I can only speak to what staff makes recommendations off of, which is this document, the future land use map. And again, once you get past this.
So once it's past Chambers?
Yes, sir. Once it's past Chambers.
That's
that corner of Chambers.
So that's when it goes to medium density once you pass Chambers.
Yes, sir.
But this particular piece of property on the future land use map is high density mixed use.
Mixed use. High density is also a future land use designation, but mixed use is specific towards having a collection of uses in one place. And it meets up to 16 units per acre net.
So if it was, if there was some type of commitment or promise against high density going past Firehouse Sub, then why wasn't that changed in your ULDC?
The ULDC was last updated in 2018. Staff didn't make any promises on that. Now, going forward, when we update the ULDC, hopefully all of our constituents come out and give us their feedback, and we can make those changes. Particularly, we've had issues with the medium density, even on this side of Jonesboro Road, and what zonings are allowed even in the medium density, and those have been conversations we've had. But staff did not make promises that high density would stop past the firehouse up.
Commissioner?
Tabled this on August 16th. I remember that meeting very well. My question is, it can be answered by either you or the applicant. Obviously, during that time, there was another commissioner in that district. Did they meet with staff and the applicant on this property?
Please.
My name is Charles Moore, 1776 Peachtree Street. I'm with TPA Residential, who's the developer. From the time that we got approved, recommended approval from the Zoning Advisory Board in January 2022 until August of 2022, when we had the Board of Commissioners meeting, we attempted to reach out to the commissioner who was over this district at that time, and we were never able to get a conversation or a call or face-to-face meeting. We did communicate through staff, and our communication through staff was the reason that we updated our site plan from the out parcel commercial to the vertical mix of uses. And the direction from the commissioner, from staff at that time, was to model it after Town Brookhaven, that had sort of a central green and a vertical mix of uses, which doesn't exist anywhere in the county. And so that was sort of the track that we ran with. But to answer your question directly, there was no direct communication, despite a lot of attempts to have a meeting or a Zoom call or something.
There were calls, there were no allowed meetings, but there were calls.
So where did the follow-up recommendations come from?
Recommendations, we understood, came partially from staff and partially from the commissioner to staff.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
So there were conversations had about this particular development then?
There were changes made to the site plan as a result of what we were told came from the commissioner through staff, and we made several revisions as a result.
And to clarify, the conversations went through staff, not through any commissioner directly at that time.
And who did you have the conversation with?
My planning director, Tucson, can answer that question.
So conversations were had with the commissioner, not many, but there were some conversations had, and so that's how we kind of came up with what you see on the screen right now. And so, but again, at that meeting, August 16th or whatever, it got tabled. So here we are.
Okay, but these recommendations came from somebody.
Right. So staff created some of these, and we did get some input from the commissioner.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the previous commissioner.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, you have more questions? Commissioner Wilson.
Statement. As everyone knows by now, I'm not a big supporter of townhomes. I said it's a public safety issue for the people that live in them, for the people that respond to them. So I just want to make that clear again.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Okay. No other questions? Okay. Commissioner Lewis?
No, and I would kind of to Commissioner Wilson's point, and this is no offense, but I'm not the greatest fan of apartments or townhomes, especially encroaching on residential districts. What you have presented, though, in the future land use designation, the future land use map designation, I have to admit it is a good-looking product. I'm sorry.
Nancy, if we deny this, what is the legality against the county?
Like I said, the process is the same, what have you. If you all deny it, They have the right to file a petition. I believe they've served me their constitutional letter today indicating that they would file a petition indicating that you all violated their constitutional right and that your decisions were arbitrary or capricious, and we would have to defend that in Superior Court. So that is basically the process.
Yeah, just to add, we have a developer that's accepted easily 46 conditions. We filed a constitutional notice based on due process, equal protection, taking rights, et cetera, and we preserve them according to the site plan. That's not where we want to go. We want to be good partners in the community, put something like an Avalon Town Brookhaven here. If a different developer came in, we don't think they would do this, and they would go with the future land use map trying to get this use without these conditions.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. It is currently zone what?
It's zone C2, and a little piece of it is O&I, which is office institutional.
So explain that.
So yes, ma'am. C2 is basically, when I was looking at the rezoning records for this property, it seemed like the intent. So this little blue in the corner is O&I. That's office use, medical use, offices, stuff like that. But when I was looking through the history of the property, it seemed like they intended for some kind of large retail, maybe grocery store to end up going here. And it's just never gone to fruition. And now you have a Publix here as well. So I think that was the original intent, and it just hasn't come to fruition.
So currently what can go on the site?
Commercial uses, C2 commercial uses. And it is within the overlay, so a lot of those some of those uses, those more intense uses wouldn't be allowed, but commercial.
So just to be clear, this is the land use map, right? So this is what we project. No, I'm sorry. No, that's future land use. Go ahead. So this is the land use map. So they can build commercial, whatever those uses are at this location. So the future land use map, which we deal with during the comp plan amendments, is what we want to see in the future. Okay. So when this was adopted in 2018, during that time for the future land, for the comp plan update, they wanted to see mixed use. So that's why you see the purple on the future land use map. So when we had the participation, everybody came together. Well, at least that's the process. Hey, we want this to be mixed use to this corner. So that's why you have the future land use map. So that's what we use to say, hey, commercial is not happening right now, but the future land use map does recognize it to be mixed use. Hey, we have somebody who wants to do a mixed use project. We then can recommend approval for that project. That makes sense? So that's what we projected it to be or to look like in the future. That was done back in 2017, 2018.
Madam Chair, if I may, and I'm going to ask Mr. Hurt to go back to the podium because we've talked a lot tonight about the future land use map in the ULDC, and I think we need to take a step back because I think we're interchangeably using those two terminologies together, and they shouldn't be. So your future land use map is your guide. Your Unified Land Development Code is your development regulations. So I don't want this board to think every time staff comes to you all and says, well, the future land use map says this, you need to do it today. What Mr. Kirk said is future planning. So when you start talking about future planning, you're looking at not only do you have your infrastructure in place, do you have the schools in place? There is a host of things that's outlined in your staff report that we look at. What does DOT need? So those are the questions that I want this board to ask themselves before you make a decision on any future zoning requests. Are those items in place today? We're not saying that we don't want the development. What we're saying is we've got to check the boxes. Because I hear the questions that you all are asking and you're torn. And when you ask questions like, well, what is the legality? Don't worry about that part. The part we need to be most concerned about is, can we control this type of development? Okay. So I don't want the board to feel like you have to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down. If your desire is for us to go back, this evening earlier in the agenda, we had a presentation regarding our comp plan. If you all no longer feel that mixed use is appropriate for this area, then you table it or you deny the request, and then the attorney will determine what happens. But I want you all to understand future land use map isn't present. That's what's called future. That's 10 years, 15 years from now. So I think we need to, because we've talked about it a lot this evening, future land use map, unified land development code, and I think the staff has really tried to put conditions to give us that future feel. But I think there are a lot of criteria points that you have to look at. And Commissioner Lewis, in all due respect, you've had every zoning tonight, every request that has been tabled. And
That
I
should
think
have
we've
been
got
handled and handled and handled.
Well, I can't speak to that, but
Okay,
I'm just
but I
saying
can.
tabled and tabled and tabled. But I think in fairness to that commissioner that's sitting there, let's sit down. We'll come back to the drawing board. I think the applicant is certainly willing to do that, but you may have determined that, hey, look, we need to hold off until we can get the infrastructure in place. Future means future, doesn't mean present. And so I have to say that to the board because I want to make sure you all understand that.
So do we follow the ULDC? Is that what you're saying?
So you have, the future land use map is your guide. That is simply that. It is a guide. Staff is correct in that what we have done in the past is whenever the future land use map supports a request, staff will recommend approval because that is the wishes of this guide. But those are in your staff report, and each of you all have staff reports. There's a set of criteria points that we evaluate every request on. Is it consistent with the future land use map? What impact will it have on infrastructure? What impact will it have on school? Every person that's presented is correct. You can't deny a request because of roads. You can't deny it because of schools. But you can take all of those items and say, look, you have a piece of property that's currently zoned. As it sits today, there is nothing that would prohibit this developer from developing their site. They're still going to be bound by the code. They're just going to be bound by whatever zoning regulations are in place. So the question you all are going to have to ask yourselves, is the current zoning appropriate for that area? And if you don't think it is, then you approve the request. If you think multifamily is most appropriate there, then approve it based on that. But I don't like, and I'm not saying this applicant did it, I don't like for the board to feel like because a constitutional challenge has been presented, we throw up our hands and say, hey, look, that's why we have an attorney. That's what the attorney's here for. So staff will do their part. If we have to defend it, we'll defend it. If we lose, we come back and we tell the board, look, they didn't rule in our favor, and here's what we can do. But we've been doing this for a long time, and 99% of the time, the judge is going to tell us, you need to go back, revisit it, and remand it back. Judges don't grant zonings. They tell the board what they need to do.
Okay, Commissioner Lewis, it's in your district. Call for a motion.
Well, and I know in the last few weeks, we put a lot of work into this, and I will apologize up front, but I think we need to table it, and here's the reason why. Hold on, please. Hold on. Here's the reason why. Because I have a lot of residents who have emailed me, called me, and their request was just for us to be able to sit down and talk and I think have the best version. I'm not opposed to it, but I'm going to say it up front, I'm not opposed to what you're doing. I think you have actually presented a very, probably the best mixed-use development I've seen in Henry County. I haven't seen many that I actually agree with. So,
even the ones on Jonesboro Road?
Even the ones on Jonesboro, even the 4,000 apartments that have already been approved on Jonesboro Road in the last 3 years. But just to give us a chance to talk with the residents and and really hear their concerns. I want to listen to the residents. I listened to them when we just talked about this gas station they tried to put on. I know it's not what we're talking about, but this gas station they tried to put on, right by Crystal Lake. We denied that as zoning. The 82 townhomes on Jonesboro Road, we denied that as zoning. So I think everybody knows what my heart is and what I'm trying to do. I'm not against development at all. I'm not. The county is a fantastic place to live, and frankly, more people are going to live here. They're going to come. Absolutely, they're going to come. But we just want to make sure we give the best product to our residents and even our future residents, Jonesboro Road will be widened, Flippin Road will be widened, so we will have some infrastructure coming. That was the reason for us doing a moratorium in the first place, which I voted for. It's not to keep developers out of the county. We're not trying to do that. But we just want to make sure we have the best version of development that we do. So I would ask that we table it, and if I can ask Madam Chair, just to April 18th, just to make sure that we have the best version. Once again, I'm not opposed. I think you have presented a very nice product to us. But I just want to make sure that I have an opportunity to speak to the residents of the district, just to make sure that, you know, we are on the same page. You know, I know we cannot make every single person happy. It's impossible. But at least to listen and figure out, you know, what is the best version for the community that we can come up with. So I would ask that we table it. So my motion is to table it until the April 18th meeting.
Okay, so I got a motion to table to the April 18th meeting. Can I get a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. You know, a lot of these decisions are difficult. We do have a lot of apartments. A lot of things were approved before many of us got on this board, and apartments are, you know, I have several of my staff here at the county that live in apartments, so to try to stereotype and make, because a person lives in an apartment is not necessarily a bad thing. I have a lot of police officers that live in apartments. A lot of our county staff live in apartments. So, so, you know, we're not against multifamily. We just want a good product, the same thing that's being built in certain other areas. We want good quality development. I would like to ask that maybe a community meeting be held with those residents that live in the area and have the developer to come out and speak with them and address any concerns as well. So you may want to consider maybe trying to do some type of public meeting with your constituents that live in the area and let the developer to come out and address any concerns. But we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor for tabling it? Okay, I abstain.
Thank you.
Next item is Comp Amendment 22-11. I don't know what this, where is this at? Oh. That's the 2081.
Good evening, Chair, or good night, Chair, board members, and citizens of Henry County. The item before you is property located north of Highway 2081 at International Avenue and is 21.379 plus or minus acres. The request before you is to amend the future land use map designation of the subject property from commercial and low-density residential to high-density residential to support a concurrent rezoning request for an apartment development. This here on the overhead screen is the aerial view of the property. The property is currently zoned RM, multifamily residential, OI, office institutional, C1, neighborhood commercial, and M1, light manufacturing. Once again, the future land use map designation for the subject property is commercial and low density residential. That low density residential which would support up to 2 dwelling units per net acre. Here is the site plan of the property for the concurrent rezoning request, which will be discussed in detail following this case. Here are some elevations that the applicant has provided to staff. I did have a timeline slide, but I don't know if it made it on. It's made its way on. Let's see. Nope. In any event, the timeline for the for this application, it should be on the next slide. Next item. The application and for the rezoning and comp plan amendment was made on November 30th, 2021. On March 10th, 2022, the Zoning Advisory Board recommended approval of the request with conditions. I do want to mention that the applicant has submitted a notice of constitutional challenge as of this morning, March 21st, 2023. A copy of that has been uploaded to Civic Clerk. The request for high-density residential is required to support the concurrent rezoning request and the proposed density of the apartment development being proposed, with that density being 14.45 dwelling units per acre net. I do want to mention that GDOT has recently awarded a bid for the widening of Highway 2081 from I-75 to Phillips Drive. That widening project will take Highway 2081 from 2 lanes to 4 lanes with a median and is set to complete in May of 2025. The site plan indicates coordination with the proposed GDOT widening plans. With that, staff does recommend approval of the applicant's request to amend the future land use map designation from commercial and low density residential to high density residential. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. Any persons who wish to come to speak in favor of the request, including the applicant, will have a collective total of 10 minutes to address the board. Okay, the applicant here.
I'll do my presentation on the next portion of it. Just wanted to highlight what was mentioned before, that we have coordinated with public safety on our site plan. We have coordinated with the GDOT on the road widening to make sure all the setbacks, slope easements, everything is in play for what's being done for the widening, and make sure our multi-use path and all the landscape buffers at the front are maintained for that. But we feel it's a good project. The property's already zoned multifamily as it is. We're just rounding it out and cleaning up the zoning from the ones that were listed, with also the M1 zoning for the industrial, to give it enough green space, parkability, and access for fire safety.
Thank you. Okay, if we have anyone here in opposition of the request, you also have 10 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Carla Edens. I live in the neighborhood next to this development. And even with the widening of a Highway 20, it's not going to really widen from this location other than down to like $3 Cafe. It still takes me a half hour to leave Creekwood Station and get to the Quick Trip sometimes. So even if they add 2 more lanes where we're at, they're not adding any more lanes down there where they're going to put a Chick-fil-A drive-through, another gas station. All that area is too congested to take any more traffic to the highway. There's no alternate routes. There's no way to get around it. Like half hour to get from my house to Quick Trip, and we're talking 3/10 of a mile. That's crazy. Even with the widening, it's not gonna ease that traffic. Also, the apartment complex is on either side of us now, Sable Chase, Hampton Point. We've had issues with people that live there coming into our neighborhood. There's been a shooting in which I was directly involved. One of the victims jumped in my car immediately following the accident. I had to go to trial for a shooting on our basketball court, which is now closed because of issues we have from apartment complexes. We've had to replace our fence from 4 foot to 8 foot because people from the apartment complexes come and hop the fence to get into our pool. It's just too much for that area. You have Hampton Point, Sable Chase. We have a neighborhood across the street from us. They're building townhomes just down the street. I just don't see how it's viable to add any more traffic to this general location. Just doesn't make sense. So yeah, I'm not in favor of that at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Board. Angie Collins, Crystal Lake Golf and Country Club community. And I know we've talked about what we cannot talk about as far as traffic and things like that. But one of the things I want you all to consider when we're adding so many apartments to such a condensed, small space over such a short period of time without the proper infrastructure in place is the caliber of individuals that are coming to our communities. Now, as it was said earlier, Henry County has been a hidden jewel, and that jewel has been discovered. But the unfortunate thing is the caliber of people that you're bringing in. They may be able to pay the higher rent temporarily, but what I'm concerned about is what happens when they can't. The caliber of people that rent versus the caliber of people that own, I'm not opposed to it because all of us started out in apartments at some point in time. I started out in apartments, there's nothing wrong with it. But when you start to cram so many different apartments into an area where the road structure is not in place, what happens is frustration. And I have a neighbor here, a very dear friend, who was telling me about just this week, there was a stolen vehicle, ran through her neighborhood, been in the community 15 years, never had any kind of incident like this occur, but some young kid has taken a car and he ran into her community, but they're not realizing there's only one way in, one way out. And I'm not saying just because they're in an apartment that's going to necessarily always be the case, but it's more likely to be the case when you have individuals from an apartment that don't have the real value of ownership. So I'm very concerned about that. And as I start to drive just from my community, which is about 5 minutes away from the interstate, what I'm seeing now is when I get ready to go to the interstate, the congestion in the middle of the day after rush hour, it's not like it's for early in the morning or late in the evening. I'm talking about 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it really doesn't matter. And you're thinking, what is going on here? There must be something going on. You know what? There's nothing going on. It's just because of the excess amount of individuals that have come here. So we really don't have the space for this, the magnitude that's being approved. So I hope you all, as you're considering these apartment complexes, really take heed to what it's doing to the current residents. What we have here is law-abiding citizens that enjoy this community. What you may get if you continue to do this, we don't want Jonesboro Road to turn into Terra Boulevard. So I hope you really consider that and continue to say no to some of these apartment complexes. Thank you.
Joshua Eckhoff, aloha again, 341 Laura Lane, McDonough, Georgia. Now y'all don't know, you always see when these are being built, there's security officers out front. There's a reason for that. That Publix is being built, they Fast and Furious did. They stole the gas out of the tanks at 3 a.m. So when you look at this, y'all don't know the Diamond Exchange was just built. Traffic backs up all the way past the doctor's appointment. We started as renters in McDonough 8 years ago on the other side of the highway. And in our gated community, 2 people lost their lives. One former officer committed suicide, and another one was a drug deal gone bad. Our officers are overworked and underpaid. And our community now, across the street from Publix, we had domesticated violence. You know what the lieutenant told me? The 10 officers on duty were already on domesticated violence calls. We were the 11th. Once it became an active shooter scene, all 10 officers showed up. Only 1 psychiatrist can ride with them. When you have these type of buildings going up, nothing against renters, we all start there, but this is keeping people in poverty. No one can afford the $2,500 rent. You have 3 generations living in one home, and enough's enough. Like, I don't know what else to say, you know? But thank you for all you do. I know these are tough decisions. Thank you, Sherry. We notice how clean our roads are, and we're headed in the right direction. We just got to keep at it. Keep at it. I mean, these are great developments, but it's not time for them. We have to get everything caught up. So I yield back my time to our constituents. Love y'all. Bye.
Lake subdivision. Again, District 5, here we go again. It's like I feel like this is Groundhog Day, and this is a bad movie, and I can't wake up. We don't need another apartment complex here. We have enough apartment complex. No, we're not opposed to apartment complexes, but when you got 30 already, we don't need 31, 32, 33. Come on, let's wake up here. The drawings are beautiful. They tell you what you want to hear, and then we're stuck. We're stuck in our homes. We're just stuck. So no more apartments in District 5, please. Thank you.
Is that the end of the time period?
Huh?
Was that the end of our time?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Very well.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Wilson.
One entrance or two entrances?
Yes, so that is one entrance with a secondary emergency only access on that east side.
So if we got to come in and pick up Grandma at apartment building number 8, we got to go all the way through and circle and come all the way back around. Correct? Okay.
That's correct.
And you said that the net density was 14.45. And the surrounding net density is anywhere from 8 to 10?
Reviewing the final plats and previous zoning history for some of those other parcels, maximum density is 10.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner.
How many units are we talking about for this development?
That is 267.
With one entrance. And what is the buffer between the house? I guess those are those housing units or additional?
Yeah, those are apartments.
Those are the apartments. So the closest housing unit is how close to this?
Closest housing development.
Is there housing development close to this or not? How close is it?
So there is multifamily directly to the west, and there's some multifamily a little bit further east past McDonough Parkway.
Can you point to where you're talking about?
Yes, so there is some multifamily here, here, and over here.
And how?
So is
how wide is that buffer? I guess
I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
The distance. How wide is the buffer between that housing residential and this apartment complex? Do you know?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Thank you.
So, okay, I'm just trying. So you got Sable Chase, Autumn Lake. Is that apartments too?
I'm sorry. Which point?
Are those houses?
I'm sorry, which location?
Okay, so you have Sable Chase, which I know is an apartment complex. And then is Autumn Lake,
so the...
Where is this at on?
It's on 2081.
I know, but I'm saying, where is the development on the map?
That is shaded in green.
That shaded green area? Okay.
And that hatched mark, that's correct.
Okay.
So
So you got apartments on both sides of this development?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, it's not out of character there.
So, Chair, if you will, everything you see in brown are apartments. Okay. In multifamily. Okay. What do you mean? So what we're saying is the red is commercial. That's North McDonald Parkway. Okay. So it abuts North McDonald Parkway, the commercial piece, to the east and to the west, where I guess the white streets are right there. Is that a community? What is that? And I guess that's a community. So this is right across the street from the recycling center.
It's across the street from the recycling center?
Correct.
Okay. And then... Okay, so you cannot talk from the floor from the public, okay?
So what we're saying is there's housing. So there's a stream buffer, and maybe you could tell us better. There's
stream buffer and wetlands that surround the property.
Right.
So we're 75 feet non-pervious, that we're 100 foot. Yeah, so you have 100-foot buffers on all sides of the property due to the wetlands.
This may be a better rendition for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Call for a motion to approve the comp plan AM 22-11.
I move to approve.
Got a motion. Is there a second? He made the motion. Is there a second? This is for the comp plan amendment.
Second to approve the comp plan.
Okay, so got a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor? Those that are opposed? And I abstain.
It's a tie vote, so you can either do a motion to table or a motion to deny.
Okay.
It's not a denial, it's not a denial. And this is an actual, it's an amendment of the comp plan, and based on how the ULC is, and based on an opinion by the Attorney General, a tie vote is not a denial. So I know that you all have been told in the past that it was.
Is there a motion to table?
I move to table.
Okay. Okay. When do you want to table it to?
April 18th.
Okay, motion to table to April 18th. Is there a second?
Second to table.
Got a motion and a second to table. If there's no discussion, all in favor? Those that are opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah, because you can't do the second without.
Okay, yes, ma'am. We might not be.
But that vote is a motion that is done, so it's gone. This is an only motion. It's
Do you want me to?
Okay, with that motion, I think we'll move on to the rezoning request.
Did we do the rezoning if we didn't change the?
I don't think we can do rezoning. Can we? Without the.
At the very least.
You have to call for it because it was advertised.
Okay.
So you do have to call for it.
Okay, all right. RZ 21-38.
Barry Boyd of Griffin, Georgia, McGarry Investments, LLC of McDonough, Georgia, and James East Sutherland of Forest Park, Georgia, requested rezoning from RM multifamily residential, OI office institutional, C1 neighborhood commercial, and M1 light manufacturing for property located north of Highway 2081 west at International Avenue and land lots 157 and 158 of the 7th District. Property consists of 21.379 plus or minus acres, and the request is for multifamily residential apartment developments, District 5, presented by Kendall Lanham, Planner 2. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
I'm sorry, understood. The item before you is property located north of 2081 International Avenue and is 21.379 plus or minus acres. The request before you is to rezone the property from RM multifamily residential, O&I, office institutional, C1 neighborhood commercial, and M1 light manufacturing to RM multifamily residential for an apartment development. Here is the aerial map for the subject property. Currently zoned several different zoning categories with that future land use map currently commercial and low density residential. This is the site plan that was presented by the applicant. Development is proposed to be an apartment complex with a mixture of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units totaling 267 units. Here are some elevations that were provided to the provided from the applicant to staff. Here are a few characteristics of similar developments within the area. I do want to note that this is solely the apartment communities within the area. I do want to once more again mention that a notice of constitutional challenge was submitted by the applicant as of this morning, March 21st, 2023. A copy has been uploaded to Civic Clerk. To briefly discuss some of the zoning history, a portion of the subject property was rezoned from RA 200 to RM ACH in 1983 for the purpose of condominiums. A portion of that property was then rezoned from RM to O&I and C1 in 1989 for purposes of an office and commercial retail space. The applicant is requesting to rezone from O&I, RM, C1, and M1 to RM for that apartment complex, again with 267 units. Since the zoning, here are some comments that we've received from various departments. On March 10th, 2022, the Zoning Advisory Board did recommend approval of the applicant's request to rezone the subject property from RM, OI, C1, and M1 to RM with conditions. Since the Zoning Advisory Board meeting, staff has recommended changes to the conditions. One such change is to address some concerns that we've heard regarding multifamily rezonings, apartments and whatnot, permitting and multifamily moratorium. We have to kind of address some of those concerns, included condition 1, which essentially states that permit applications are not to be accepted until after the moratorium, multifamily moratorium has been resolved or rescinded. We are recommending a total of 26 conditions. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, so this is a public hearing. Those wishing to speak in favor have a collective total of 10 minutes, including the applicant.
table it to the 18th with the comp plan.
He said what?
Like to table it.
Okay, you want to table it to the 18th, okay? Can I get a motion to table it to the 18th?
I move to table.
I'm sorry. Because you've already started the public hearing, you have to finish it if there's anyone in opposition.
Okay. All right, okay. So if you don't want to speak, then we need anyone that needs to speak in opposition can come forward.
We'll go through our presentation then, since this is our time to speak.
Okay.
So the Exchange at McDonough, multifamily development, with a rendering that you've seen already. Our executive summary, 267 units of material, luxury finishes, and appliances. Residents will have top-notch amenities, state-of-the-art gym, resort-style pool, walking trails, clubhouse. We're located within 1 mile of I-75, which makes it a good location for workforce to have a nice place to live, as well as hit the interstate to get to their respective jobs. The site, located across the street from the Recycle Center on Highway 81 and 20, is surrounded by multifamily. The property itself is zoned multifamily for the majority of the piece here. International Avenue is a road that exists, has all the sewer tie-in points we need, as well as the water lines to make all the utilities and capacities that are available and not put any strain on the current infrastructure for Henry County. Project details for Henry County has a lot of low vacancies in the area, which tells us that there's housing needs here. It's a strong job market with household incomes that can support the rents that we will be, the market rate rents that we will be looking for here. We're within 25 miles of the busiest airport in the world. Lots of good jobs, and being that mile from the interstate makes it a good location for our workforce people to live at. As you can see here with our site plan, lots of green space, probably over 50 to 55% green space. Given the stream buffers, you'll have over 100 feet of buffers on each side of the property. We've coordinated with Georgia DOT for their road widening project that'll have a median cut here to give us a good egress in and out of the property. We've worked with fire safety to give them an emergency access here. We tried to work out with Privy Court here to put the emergency access over there, which they still may be interested in, but we haven't pursued it any further than that. We have planned Class A finishes, as you can see, granite countertops, stainless steel appliances, tile backsplashes, private balconies, top-notch finishes for the bathrooms, glass shower enclosures, larger tubs, an upscale clubhouse, 24-hour package storage, community lounge, coffee station, resort-style pools. That way our tenants won't be looking to go to other people's properties to go to pools. They'll have a nice pool that they can use all for themselves here. State-of-the-art gym and large floor plans that meet all the requirements that you set forth in your zoning conditions that were set forth. We'll have a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. 3-bedroom units will be less than 10% because we more tailored to the empty nesters, lock and leave mentality, as well as upcoming workforce people that need nice places to live. McDonough is a great market. Henry County, great market, solid jobs, solid income, household medians that can support projects like this and housing like this. You know, this has become a portside magnet for businesses and solid job market. You'll see here our unit mix, mostly 1 bedrooms, 47% 2 bedrooms, and then the 9% 3 bedrooms. We've done the rent analysis on the market to feel this is a fair rent request for this area. Our development team, we're vertically integrated. We have our own contractor in-house. We control our own supply chain, so we can control the quality as well as provide a nice project and a nice finished project for a nice cost of living to the team. Some of our case studies: 53 West, project completed up in Gainesville, Georgia. As you can see, nice resort style pool, quality finishes. Same with our Savannah project, as well as our Jacksonville project, just to name a few that we've completed and have operational now.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak in opposition?
Once again, board greetings. We are really burning the midnight oil tonight. I appreciate all of your all's service, and again, I'm here to speak in opposition of this project because, again, I think I know where this is, and again, knowing people in Henry County, speaking with a friend of mine, and sharing with me an incident that occurred at a so-called nice community, because you can go in and out, there's no gate, there's no restrictions, so when they go in, had his mother visiting from out of the country, somebody came and boom, 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 shot it up during the middle of the evening. Of course, we have the police, but you know, I think about when I first came over here and I was at the supermarket at the Kroger around the corner, and I was in line with a police officer, and he said to me, he said, you know, one of the things about Henry County is, he came from, I want to say, East Point or something like that. He said, this is a cakewalk. I mean, down here, crime is low unless you have domestic, something going on within the household. My concern is with all of the apartments that are being added, the caliber of individuals that you're going to receive. It's just not the same. People don't have respect for the property. People don't have respect for your property, and they get in here and they want to, I don't know, they don't act like they have home training. So I would really, really appreciate it if you all were strongly considering denying this, because of the fact that when I go in that area, that's a 2-lane street. The apartments are just overflowing as it is. And so if we can avoid some of that and keep some of the green space and make sure that we have more homes being built as opposed to apartments, I would really prefer to see that, because I really am concerned about, you know, the decreased property value. This District 5 area, it is becoming inundated with apartment complexes. And where we felt very safe here I've been here for 17 years now, it's starting to change. And again, I think what's going to happen is you're looking at, as board members, looking at losing the caliber of people that you have, because we're going to go someplace where it's safe. We just want that safe place to be here. So I hope, again, you all considering denying this. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition? Please come forward.
Hello again, Miss Lisa Ward, Crystal Lake. Again, here we go again. I feel like this evening was dedicated to District 5, and we appreciate the evening being dedicated to us, but we didn't want to come here just to talk about apartment complexes, and unfortunately, that's all we've been able to talk about is apartment complexes. We have too many already, 1 to 2 miles from where they're trying to build. We have a whole street of apartments, like right beside the Kroger. There's a whole street of apartments, not just one, but several apartments. And then right next to the development, they have several apartments around there. District 5 is going to be the district of apartments. That's what I'm afraid of. Few houses and the rest are apartments. We're trying to attract the millennials to where? Apartment world? Come on. We got to stop this at some point. It's too many. It's way too many apartments. I say deny it. We got enough apartments. If someone needs a place to stay, they building apartments down the street on Jonesboro Road, about 10 apartment complexes coming up over there. So we don't need any more. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition? Okay. Any questions from the board?
I move to table this until April 18th so we can hear both cases at the same time.
Got a motion to table it to April 18th. Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second. No further discussion. All in favor? Those that are opposed? Those that are opposed?
She was for.
Okay, all right. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to amend the ordinance and direct staff to comply with ULDC 12.2.11 requirements for amendments to the ULDC in accordance with the following schedule. ZAB hearing on Thursday, April 13th, 2023 at 6:30, and then the BOC public hearing on Tuesday, April 18th at 6:30 p.m. Can I get a motion? I made the motion. Can I get a second?
The second part is ZAB or Board of Commissioners.
The second part is, the first part is ZAB, second part is BOC. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All in favor? Those that are opposed? This is to amend the...
I don't really understand what you're trying to move. Which?
To direct staff for ordinance changes to the ULDC.
Of all they listed before?
A lot of stuff.
Oh, but we don't have anyone. Do we have a list of them?
Okay. What's the ordinance amendment that you're asking us to bring forward?
12.2.11. It's not on the, along with the other stuff that we are addressing as well.
Do you know what 12.211 is? I don't know that off the top of my head.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
So Chapter 12, Section 2, I'm sorry, Chapter 12, Section 120211 is titled Requirements for ULDC, Amendments to the ULDC. Is the intent to change that section, or is it in accordance with that section?
In accordance with it, I want to get with staff to be able to review it and make any necessary changes to it.
Right. You said 12.211, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was 12.211.
To right, but we'll bring it back to everyone, but I just need to direct staff to be, absolutely.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I don't think I'm clear on your request. So that section of the code is for amendments to the code. Are you wanting staff to make amendments to that section?
I want to get with staff to make, I guess, some amendment changes. So is that something that we can bring? Can we get with staff? Do I have to do this on a motion, Sherry, to direct staff to look at the ULDC and bring back recommendations for changes?
So you've got to be very specific. So that part of the code gives any member of the board the ability in a public meeting to direct staff to amend a code. But we need to know which code section you want us to amend, because that's just a blanket. That's just, any member of the board can say, I want you to look at the code section as it pertains to building materials. Then that gives staff the ability to bring it back directly to the board and bypass the zoning advisory board.
So what about, no, I'm not saying to bypass the zoning advisory board. I'm saying that it will go before the zoning advisory board. So like different procedures.
So we'll need to know specifically which one.
Right.
Okay.
Also, just FYI, there's no April ZAB meeting.
Huh?
There's no April ZAB meeting. March is our regular scheduled meeting. Usually if we have one, the next meeting is, we call for a quorum.
It's going to be when?
It'll be in May. The next one will be in May.
Okay.
So is there a particular ordinance you'd like for us to look at?
The zoning procedural law, is it 36
Oh, yes.
dash, it's section 36?
So you're talking about the law that came into effect last July? We were gonna bring that back. It has to be adopted by July the 1st of this 2023.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah. And that will come straight to you all.
Okay. So, okay. Then
So no amendments necessary?
So I just need to make sure that we can get with staff to discuss, I guess, if we want it brought back before the board, in particular ULDC. So do we have to have a motion to do that?
Yes, so if you want the staff to amend or bring any amendments to the Unified Land Development Code, any member of the board needs to make a motion for that. But we need to know specifically what you want us to look at. For example, if you all don't like the regulations as it pertains to an R1 zone piece of property, you're going to have to ask staff to look at the ordinance as it pertains to single-family residential. And by doing it this way, it will bypass the zoning advisory board because it comes back directly to the board, because that's the way our code is written.
Okay.
If it comes as a directive from the Board of Commissioners, it can come back to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, well, I don't have the ULDC in front of me, so I just need to make that motion to be able to, because we won't have another board meeting until April 18th. So I would like for staff to be able to look at stuff now, between now and April 18th, and then that way we can get it to all board members to review.
So tell us specifically what you want us to look at. And I hate to keep asking because it's the Unified Land Development Code has multiple chapters. And so are you looking specifically at development regulations? Are you
Development regulation and procedural law.
Okay. Is staff clear on the request?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, can somebody explain it to me and the board?
I don't know.
I don't like this at all.
Okay, so I'm not necessarily clear, but what we have coming up for April 18th already was the car wash, the multifamily development standards, the detention ponds, and what was the last one? Okay. Oh, and the winery that's coming back. So is there another one that you're asking us to bring to you?
Can we make recommendations to staff once we've had, so based on what Toussaint has said?
So to the amendments themselves, we can provide you with the amendments so you can read them and then make comments back to us. Yes.
Okay. Is that something that we can do, Sherry?
So are these ordinances that we discussed during the retreat? Is that what we're referring to? I just want to make sure we're giving y'all the right information, and I don't think I'm clear. Staff says they're clear, but
Yes.
I'm not clear.
So what I'm clear on is just the ones we just talked about: the car wash, the multifamily, the winery, and the detention ponds that we talked about during the retreat. Is there any other?
So if there is a part of the ULDC code that we want to look at, we don't need a motion to ask, or do we?
You do. Based on our Unified Land Development Code, that is the only way for staff to act on it and bring it back to the Board of Commissioners.
Okay.
So if there's anything above and beyond that list that Mr. Kirk has presented, then we need to know in this meeting. We need a motion. I want to direct staff to amend the Unified Land Development Code as it pertains to the streetlight district, or as it pertains to traffic impact studies.
Okay, so development or various developments or zoning.
Okay, let's do this. We're gonna have to talk offline so I can make
Okay.
sure I'm clear, because I don't know that when you, that's a wide range when we say development regulations or zoning. Because there are multiple sections of our Unified Land Development Code, from zoning to development to supplemental standards. And so the question is there a particular zoning that we need to look at, or a particular development regulation that we need to look at?
I would say a combination of both when it comes to various developments. I mean, look what we had here tonight. I mean, we've been here since 11 o'clock. And, you know.
So let me help you. I think there is a provision in our code that would allow for the zoning advisory board to make recommendations to the Board of Commissioners for properties that are zoned and have not been developed.
Okay.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
I'm clear. We have it.
And what he said too.
What he said too.
Okay.
Got it.
So, you good, John?
So there is a motion on the floor to direct staff to review the current zoning ordinance as it pertains to properties that are zoned but have yet to be developed.
Put a sunset clause on the zoning? Is that what they're asking?
No, sir. I think it used to be called a reversion of property. I don't know what we call it now in the ULDC, but there is a provision in the code. I don't think we call it reversion. But I'm clear on the ask.
Got it. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So we had a motion, a second, and in favor.
Did we vote it?
Okay.
We vote?
Okay.
4-1.
I mean, it was, yeah.
Yeah, they voted and I didn't, because I was confused.
It's 4-1.
Okay. No, he voted.
Oh, you voted?
Yeah. Okay. Stephanie, is anyone signed up for public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'll get a motion to approve the minutes.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. No discussion, all in favor? Upcoming meeting is no April 4th meeting. April 18th is our next meeting. Actually, we have a special call meeting, the City of Stockbridge presentation at 6 p.m. And then our regular scheduled board meeting at 6:30 p.m. I need a motion to go into executive session.
Motion.
Get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
I don't want to.
I know you don't. I know you don't. No, ma'am. I wish we could.
Now she gotta have.
We got to go into executive
She gotta have
session.
it.
The quicker y'all come, the quicker we can go home. Commissioner Thomas, you might get home for midnight.
My daughter in my place, she probably said, "You're they good ladies."
Oh, okay, all right then. I'd like to call for a motion to reconvene. Second. Okay, all in favor? Okay. Approval of the affidavit and resolution pertaining to the executive session. I'd like for a motion. Call for a motion. Second. Got a second? All in favor? Okay. Nancy?
I would like for the board to move for the county to opt into the national settlement agreement that has been opted in by the Attorney General of the state of Georgia. Sorry.
Okay, can I get a motion?
For opioids, correct? The opioid settlement.
Yes, excuse me, the national opioid settlement.
Okay, so can I get a motion?
I move that we agree to opt in.
Can I get a second? If no discussion, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.